All right, let's see. We'll get our admin set up here. And then let's see if we can do this without the power cutting out. So I've been trying to finish this up and go live the last few days, but unfortunately in Chicago, the storms and tornado warnings have been really bad. Okay, one sec, guys. I'm checking volume. Checking to see if we're echoing. Checking to see if we're echoing. A little echoey. Check. All right, I'm not sure what's with the echo. Hold on. God damn it. All right, hold up. I'm getting so fucking annoyed right now. I can tell you that. I don't know what the problem is with this. I don't know what it's echoing. Check. It shouldn't be echoey, but I'm hearing the echo. Hold on. Check. Oh yeah, that's better. Check. Oh yeah, that's better. Check. Wait, no. Check. The fuck? Okay. I'm not sure why we're getting this echo. Hold on. Check. Is this better? Check. Is this better? Nope. Check. Checkity check. I'm not sure what the problem is. I'm not sure why we're getting the echo. Let's check our audio sources. Yeah, we've only got the one audio source. Well, we've got the one audio source for the input. Okay. So I'm not sure why we're sounding a little echoey today. I'm really not. But okay, we've got an echo. Fun. Yay. Let's check and see. Do we have any effects on or anything? Nothing weird got turned on? One sec. Check. No, we're still getting the echo. Okay. Great. Delightful. Yay. Okay. Let me try one more thing. Here, let's try to down mix this into mono. I don't know why, but that tends to like to work. Checkity check. No. Check. Okay, let's mix this into mono though. Let's see if we can down mix everything into mono. Fuck. Hold up. This is super annoying, and I apologize. I'm struggling with some issues here with my device wanting to basically like take control of things. It's like, great, thanks. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Hold on. Nope, that's not on, so I don't know what that. Okay, great. Check. Okay, now we're getting I'm only hearing it in the right. I'm not sure why. That's fucking bizarre. Hold on. I'm not hearing the echo, but I'm only getting my voice in the right. Yay! Okay. Check. Wait, are we getting the echo? Hey, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Are you hearing me out of both ears? Not out of both ears. You know what I mean? Is it sounding like it's cut out of both ears? I'm laughing. What a goof. Is it sounding echoey? If it doesn't, awesome. If it does, then okay. But it doesn't sound like weird or okay. All right. Okay. Are you hearing me out of both ears? Hello. Okay, I gotta put my harmonicas somewhere. Put them there. Whoops. Okay. I'm gonna actually. Yikes. Okay, so I'm just gonna situate myself here to the left. I got this fancy, not fancy, but you know, like nice garbage can that's like, I hope I don't go flying. That'll be hilarious though. And thank you. Holy crap. I got this cool garbage can with like a automatic close and a sensor basically on it so that I could stop the dog from getting into it. And Toby has figured out how to operate the sensor. So I'm like, great. Okay. $100 down the drain. I'm like, what are you doing? He's standing over putting his face in front of the sensor. Like, what a goose. Anyway, I know, like, what the heck? Dude, what the hell? So yeah, he just hovers over it, and then it opens, and so he realizes if he puts his face or his paw over a particular area, it'll open. Okay, jeez, he's something else. Excuse me. He is. Oh, let me make wait. Base salary. Okay. Excuse me. Am I in the right place? Ah, yes. Okay, so I put the notes up here. I don't know how useful they are. Yeah, for real, like a lock or something. Toby, what the heck? Whoa, cool. What is this little doodad? Oh, just looking it up. Okay. So, I put the notes up here. I don't know how helpful they'll be, but I'm just gonna pull back a little so people can actually see it. But this bothers me a little bit because this is all about how basically they want to do away with federal benefits. They want to do away with vacation and sick days. They want to essentially make the retirement age higher, and yeah, anyway, it's a little depressing, to be honest. But as it says here, base salary is only one component of a federal employee's total compensation. In addition to high starting wages, well, they're not high. They're okay. They're not high. So I'm just going to stop there for a minute. People move to the private sector all the time because the wages actually aren't very much when you're working for the government. So working in cybersecurity, for example, you could have your whole, like I've said before, your whole career could be in cybersecurity. You sign up with CISA, but because it's under the aegis, under the kind of jurisdiction, if you will, of DHS, right, Homeland Security, you could very well get moved over to ICE or CBP or HSI and just not even be doing what your whole career has been leading you toward anymore. You can get reassigned, you can get furloughed. The cost of living highly outstrips the pay. So it says here, base salary is only one component of a federal employee's total compensation in addition to high, quote unquote, starting wages, which, okay. Federal employees normally receive an annual cost of living adjustment available to all employees and generous scheduled raises. Mm-hmm. No. Those are legal, like you're legally obligated to do this. This is not generous. This is not generosity. This is not, oh, let's be generous with the lovely employees. They're calling it generous scheduled raises known as step increases. Moreover, it says a large proportion of federal employees are stationed in Washington, D.C., in the metro area and other large cities and are entitled to steep locality pay, well, as they should be, enhancement to account for the high cost of living in these areas. Well, cost of living is going up everywhere now, and why shouldn't everybody make a decent wage? I'm not sure why that's so objectionable to these billionaires. A federal employee, it says, with 5 years experience receives 20 vacation days. That isn't much. 13 paid sick days, not much, and all 10 federal holidays, again, not much, compared to an employee at a large private company who receives 13 days of vacation, I wouldn't even take that job. And 8 paid sick days, goodbye. I'm not even getting out of bed for that. What? No. I'm not sure where they're getting that data from. That doesn't sound correct. But even if it is, it's egregious. And even if you were getting 20 vacation days in the private sector, 13 sick days, 10 holidays, that's jack squat. That's not much. But they're complaining it's too much. The federal government shouldn't give people that. Federal health benefits, it says, are more comparable to those provided by Fortune 500 company employers, with the government paying 72% of the weighted average premiums. Okay, let's see where you're getting that information from. No sources, I see, huh? None. But it says this is much higher than for most private plans. Almost half of private firms do not offer any employer contributions at all. So I guess firstly, I don't think that's true. Secondly, we're saying because some people have it shittier, that should actually be precedent for everybody to have it at least as shitty. Like, pardon me? Yikes. Anyway, this part of Project 2025, the Presidential Transition Project, goes on to say the obvious solution to these, and yeah, like, exactly. I don't, I think you're right. Like, I think, I don't want to misspeak, but I think the prevailing, like, sentiment here is, well, I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. You should too. But did you? I mean, what hands up did you have? What opportunities, what luck did you have? You know, what various luck, what various privileges, what various life circumstances did you have, right? And, you know, most millionaires and billionaires make a lot of their money from investment. So I'm not understanding. Are they saying people shouldn't be making a living wage from jobs, that they should somehow just come up with money out of thin air to invest? I don't understand. That just, even, like, I know that this is like a thin, argument just to be like, see, we can cut pay too, but the argument itself sucks. It's just not compelling. Like, what? Pardon me? Anyway, it says the obvious solution to these discrepancies is to move closer to a market model for federal pay and benefits. Well, no, and historically it's been the other way around, like, historically, and it should be this way, the government should be the precedent setter. We pay people well. Okay, so the private sector wants to pay people as well as the government, give them the benefits, the pay, the retirement, all of that. The government should be the precedent setter when it comes to workers' rights too, but I guess they're saying we should base everything on the worst numbers that we can pull to represent the private sector for us to follow with the public sector. Like, something doesn't seem right there, but okay. The obvious solution to these discrepancies is to move a market model for federal pay and benefits. Move to a market model. Why? Okay. But wouldn't that, okay, so that would be Congress people too. That would be all the House reps. That would be the president. That'd be the vice president. That'd be everybody. Okay. That'll go over like a lead balloon in front of Congress. Okay. Anyway, one need is for a neutral agency to oversee pay, hiring decisions. Wait, one does. What are you talking about? Especially for high demand occupations. The OPM is independent of agency operations, so it can assess requirements more neutrally. For many years with its special pay rates program, The OPM evaluated claims that federal rates in an area were too low to attract competent employees and allowed agencies to offer higher pay when needed rather than increased rates for all. Why? Why shouldn't everybody get a pay raise? Why shouldn't everybody be paid appropriately and make a living wage? Okay. Ideally, the OPM, it says, should establish an initial pay schedule for every occupation and region. Again, why? Monitor turnover rates and applicant to position ratios and adjust pay and recruitment on that basis? Now we're going to start hiring recruiters and, oh my goodness. Tell me the ways that could go wrong. Most of this requires legislation. Well, no shit. Well, no kidding, okay? Most of this requires legislation. Wow, you don't say. So they're saying we'll get around legislation where we can, is what they're saying when they say things like, well, legislation could stand in the way. They're just saying the quiet part out loud. So, but the OPM should be an advocate for a true equality of benefits between the public and private sectors. Like, bro, yes, they should. The private should follow the public, not the other way around. The United States isn't a business. It's a country, for Lord's sakes, and people have rights. Anyway, makes me crazy. Especially working in cybersecurity. It's like you're telling me you're going to, like, lower people's pay, people who are literally keeping you safe. You're going to lower their pay, lower their days off, lower all their benefits, cut their jobs in some cases. What? And we're going to be real budget hawks when it comes to that, right? We're not going to pay people 1 red cent more than we want to. But when it comes to wars in Iran, go ahead, treat yourself. When it comes to UFC fights on the White House lawn, treat yourself. When it comes to a ballroom, treat yourself. What on earth? That just seems like something out of a novel. Reforming federal retirement fund. Oh God, no, I'm so sorry to even say this part out loud. I'm sorry. Reforming federal retirement benefits. Yay. Career civil servants enjoy. Why do they phrase it like that? Career civil servants, like it's a bad thing. Career civil servants enjoy retirement benefits that are nearly unheard of in the private sector. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. Real quick, I'm just going to throw this in here because I bet they're about to talk about this. But they used to offer in the government, and then, of course, like I said, the private sector would just follow suit because the government would kind of set the precedent. But they used to offer pensions, like real, like employer paid. Here's, a part of your salary for the rest of your life. Here are your benefits continuing for the rest of your life. Here you go. Thank you for your service. Now they have cut those out nearly completely. And the public sector is unfortunately moving toward that too. But the private sector, pensions are now unheard of. Basically, it's 401k or bust. So essentially, your money is going to things like private equity and capitalism, like extractive capitalist companies. You don't even necessarily get a choice. I mean, in some 401ks, you can go in and make, adjustments here and there. But if it's employer selected or like the employer is contributing, oftentimes they'll have the say over where your investments go, to some extent at least. And to me, like, me paying into it, I'm sorry, fuck you. That's the way I feel about it. I'm sorry, get fucked. I'm not trying to pay into my own pension, thank you very much. You can pay me for my service. You can pay me for my retirement. I think I'm worth that. I think you're worth that. I think we're all worth that. And I don't appreciate the 401k model one bit. But I bet they're going to suggest moving toward it. I just have a feeling. So, reforming federal retirement benefits. Career civil servants enjoy retirement benefits and are nearly unheard of in the private sector. Federal employees retire earlier, normally at age 55. Gasp, after 30 years. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, it's young, but, so it seems reasonable to me. So what, you're supposed to work yourself to death? Enjoy richer pension annuities. Okay, source? Source, anybody? Like, I think they're saying that we're supposed to move away from pensions and move toward 401ks. Give your money to BlackRock. Enjoy richer pension annuities and receive automatic cost of living adjustments based on the years in which they retire. Yeah, and defined benefit federal pensions are fully indexed for inflation. Yeah, that makes sense. A practice that is extremely rare in the private sector. Okay, so that's not speaking well of the private sector. That's speaking like okay of the public sector in that regard. Why should we move toward the other model in a public sector framework? Like, okay, a federal employee with a pre-retirement income of $25,000, under the older of the two federal retirement plans will receive at least $200,000 more over a 20-year period than will private sector workers with the same pre-retirement salary under historic inflation levels. Well, again, source, but so what? Yeah, I mean, why? So, I guess we don't have rights. We shouldn't be given money to live. Like, we should be punished for some reason. I'm not getting it. I'm not understanding. During the early Reagan years, the OPM reformed many specific provisions of the federal pension program to save billions administratively. Oh, God. Reaganomics is still kicking our butts. Under OPM pressure, Reagan and Congress ultimately ended the old civil service retirement system entirely for new employees, which counting disbursements of the unfunded liability accounted for 51.3% of the federal government's total payroll source. The retirement system that replaced it, the federal employees retirement system, reduced the cost of federal employee retirement disbursements to 28.5% of payroll. That is not a good thing, including contributions to Social Security, which the people might need for the rest of their freaking lives, and the employer match to the thrift savings program or plan rather. Not good. More of the pension costs was shifted to the employee. That's the whole point, is it's not supposed to be. But the new system was much more equitable for the 40% who received few or no benefits under the old system. Okay, novel idea. Why don't we give the other people benefits? How about that? How about we just give the 40% with lower benefits an appropriate amount of benefits? Like, hello? By 1999, more than half of the federal workforce was covered by the new system, and the government's per capita share of the cost as the employer was less than half the cost of the old system. But, you know, when it comes to wars in Iran or the war on terror, it's fine. Treat yourself. 28.2% of FERS payroll versus 44.3% of CSRS payroll, representing one of the largest examples of government savings. Oh, anywhere. Although the government pension system has become more like private pension systems, it still remains much more generous. Sure, and other means might be considered in the future to move it even closer to private plans. So what I'm hearing is that we have an interest in keeping private plans limited, so that we can use the private sector as an example, an excuse, whatever you want to say, for lowering the benefits of public sector workers. GSA, Landlord and Contractor Management. The General Services Administration is best known as the federal government's landlord, designing, constructing, managing, and preserving government buildings and leasing and managing outside commercial real estate, contracting with 376.9 million square feet of space. Really quick, I just need to check and see if my DoorDash is here, because it is storming like crazy. Yes, it is, and I can't leave it out there. I'll be right back. I just have to go grab it. One sec. She'll be right back. Okay. I'm just gonna leave this on because, well, no, I'm not. I'm gonna do right back. Be right back. I'll leave my audio on. You're okay, buddy. Mommy's just going to get the, ow, walking into things. Mommy's just going to get our order. Excuse me, please. Oh boy. Woo-hoo. Well, the heck? Whoop, hold on. Hold up. I'll be literally right back, like 2 seconds. Aha! Dang it! There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay, hello. Live. I'm really goofing around. I apologize. I am like butterfingers today. I don't know. Okay, let's get situated. Okay, back to it. So, yeah, I'm not. Okay, firstly, I hope we're on and everybody can hear me. Let's make sure. Yes, I think. Yeah, so firstly, a little concerning that we're trying to fully do away with public sector benefits, from what it sounds like, and be real budget hawks and save money when it comes to, Jesus Christ, what is this thing made of? Fucking titanium? Holy cow. Hold on. Trying to puncture the fucking top of my coffee. Holy shit. Okay. Bubble tea coffee. Anyway, so yeah, it's like we're trying to be real budget hawks or something here on on paying employees a living wage, federal employees. But when it comes to things like endless wars, budget, what do you want, And I'm spilling coffee on myself. Ugh. Jeez Louise. So, managing outside commercial real estate, contracting with 376.9 million square feet of space. Obviously, it's as its prime function, real estate expertise is key to the GSA's success. However, the GSA is also the government's purchasing agent, connecting federal purchasers with commercial products and services in the private sector and their personnel management functions, with contractors performing so many functions today. So now we're going with contractors and recruiters and just doing a free-for-all. I see. Got it. Cool. Fun. So with contractors performing so many functions today, the GSA therefore becomes a de facto part of government-wide personnel management. The GSA also manages the Presidential Transition Act process, which also directly involves the OPM. A recent proposal would have incorporated the OPM and the GSA and OMB. Fortunately, this did not take place in that form, but it would make sense for GSA and OPM leadership and staff to hold regular meetings to work through matters of common interest, such as moderating PTA personnel. Why? Why would they need to moderate Presidential Transition Act personnel restrictions and the relationships between contract and civil service employees? That just sounds bizarre. It sounds like we're trying to move toward contract only. Reductions in force. Yep, reducing the number of federal employees seems an obvious way to reduce the overall expense of the civil service. And many prior administrations have attempted to do just this. Presidents Bill Clinton and Barack Obama began their terms, as did Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, by mandating a freeze on the hiring of new federal employees. But these, well, I mean, look when Obama took office, right? But these efforts did not lead to permanent and substantive reductions in the number of non-defense federal employees. Why would it? That's not what they were doing. So, and we're assuming that somehow everyone's goal was to reduce the federal workforce. Okay. I guess that's their goal here. First, it is a challenge even to know which workers to cut. Okay, then don't cut any. As mentioned, there are 2 million federal employees, but since budgets have exploded, so has the total number of personnel, with nearly 10 times more federal contractors than federal employees. Contractors are less expensive because they are not entitled to high government pensions or benefits and are easier to fire and discipline. Well, they are just saying all the quiet things out loud today. In addition, millions of state government employees work under federal grants, in effect administering federal programs. Wow, these cannot be cut directly. Cutting federal employment can be helpful and can provide, I'm just going to put this in the notes, a simple story to average citizens. What the fuck? They are just saying the quiet part fully out loud. So we can tell average citizens a story about it, basically. We can sell it to them. But cutting functions, levels, funds, and grants is much more important than setting simple employment signs. My goodness. So they're setting up a precedent for the future of just cut, cut, cut. I really quick have to add this, pardon me, into the notes here. Alrighty, one sec. Let's like that. Then put that down here. And let's just go ahead and say cuts, cuts. We'll just say cuts, 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 because that's That's what's happening. Cuts, cuts, and more cuts. Okay, and then let's go ahead and pardon me. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just really startling. Like the way it's phrased and everything. Like, really, we're just literally going to just tell people a story. Just tell them a little story about, well, we had to get rid of some employees. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We're doing it to save money. And that is wild. Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. So, we'll say a desire has been enumerated to force the public sector to follow the private, if I could type that'd be good, sector in terms of, sorry, my eyes are bothering me already, of establishing norms for pay, pensions, with the expressed desire, we'll say, to move towards more of a 401k model. Then we'll just go ahead and paste in a little bit there. Obviously, cutting federal employees and leaning towards temporary contractors seems to be the desire. Okay, I'll just leave it like that and zoom back out. Obviously, shortly I'm going to have to start a new whiteboard here. Jesus. I'm sorry, it's just wild. Like, this is so, like, it really is so, like, well, I'll just say the quiet part out loud. It's fine. It's just between us. Nobody else will care enough to read this. Except we do. We're caring enough to read this, doggone it. Pardon me. We're caring enough to read this. So first, it is a challenge to even know which workers to cut, like they said. So they're moving toward contractors. Contractors are less expensive. Cutting federal employment, like we just discussed, can be helpful, as they say here. We can provide a simple story to average citizens. Now let's move on. Simply reducing numbers can actually increase costs. OMB instructions following President Trump's employment freeze told agencies to consider buyout programs. Yeah. That's what they did with Doge, isn't it? Encouraging early retirement in order to shift costs from budgets and agencies to the retirement system and minimize the number of personnel fired. Put that in our notes. So the amount of like mustache twirling crazy here is just obscene. I'm like, bro, what? I'm sorry. What? I meant what? Okay. Okay. Pardon me, before we move on, let me just copy and paste this bit into the notes because obviously it's going to be important, right? All right, so the notes are on the whiteboard, which is in Discord. The Discord link is in the drop down. Okay. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. That's what he said. Sorry. Anyway, not appropriate. Uh, okay. Perfect. We're good. We're good. I'm just shocked. Like, I shouldn't be, but I'm shocked at how much they're just throwing their, like, evil plan out there just for everybody to see. It's like, bro, what? You know this is not for the public good. Like, you're literally saying that this is all for profit. But okay. So, the Environmental Protection Agency immediately implemented such a program, and OMB urged the passage of legislation to increase payout maximums from 25,000 to 40,000, but we're saving money, guys, to further increase spending under the quote-unquote cuts. What? President Clinton's OMB had introduced a similar buyout that cost the Treasury $2.8 billion, mostly for those who were going to retire anyway. Yeah, so more. And how do you establish that? Like, tell me how you know who's going to retire anyway and who isn't, okay? Moreover, when a new employee is hired to fill a job, a job recently vacated in a buyout, the government for a time is paying two people to fill one job. Well, not necessarily, but also, what? Do you not understand how employment works? Like, I'm struggling with what you're struggling with here, guy. Pardon me. What is needed at the beginning is a freeze on all top career position hiring to prevent. Why top career position hiring? To prevent burrowing in by outgoing political appointees? Wait, but okay. But you're literally talking just a little while ago about how good it is that, what administration is keeping the previous administration's people, at least when it comes to Republicans and Democratic incoming administrations. Like, what the hell? So, this is kind of all over the board. But, all over the map. But anyway, I'm trying to, like, conceptualize this and then kind of encapsulate it and summarize it, but this is just bizarre. By outgoing political appointees. Wow, okay. Moreover, 4 factors determine the order in which employees are protected during layoffs: tenure, veterans' preference, seniority, and performance in that order of importance. Despite several attempts in the House of Representatives during the Trump years to enact legislation that would modestly increase the weight given to performance over time of service, the fierce opposition by federal managers, associations, and unions, wow, they agree, representing long-serving but not necessarily well-performing constituents, explains why the bills failed to advance. Does it, though? It goes on to say, a determined president should insist that performance be first and be wary of costly types of reductions in force. So basically, fire people, don't give people a buyout. Got it. Okay, great. That sounds just dandy to me. Oh my gosh. So they literally want to do away, well, we'll put that down later, with things like tenure. Okay, but I thought we were following the private sector. Impenetrable bureaucracy. The GAO has identified almost 100 actions that the executive branch or Congress could take to improve efficiency and effectiveness across 37 areas that span a broad range of government missions and functions. It identified 33 actions to address mission fragmentation, overlap and duplication in the 12 areas of defense. Like, what did I just say about security, right? Of defense, economic development, health, homeland security, and information technology. I've been saying it. Unfortunately, this is what's happening now. It also identified 59 other opportunities for executive agencies or Congress to reduce the cost of government operations or enhance revenue collection across 25 areas of government. I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste that whole thing in because that says a lot about the values of this administration, frankly. And just to be absolutely clear, okay, while this is obviously something that was written with another Trump presidency in mind, the Mandate for Leadership series from the Heritage Foundation has been out here since 1979, I want to say. And so they will work with whatever Republican or other leader they possibly can, with whatever administration they can, to accomplish these goals. And they're in lockstep about this. Like, make no mistake, they're in absolute lockstep together on this. And again, especially when it comes to like the right, like they're in lockstep on this. They're right there in line with the Heritage Foundation and their goals. A logical place to begin, they go on to say here, would be to identify and eliminate functions and programs that are duplicated across cabinet departments or spread across multiple government agencies. Congress hoped to help this effort by passing the Government Performance and Results Act of 1993, which required all federal agencies to define their missions, establish goals and objectives, and measure and report their performance to Congress. 3 decades of endless, time-consuming reports later, the government continues to grow. Well, of course it does. But with more paper and little change, either in performance or in the number of levels between government and the people. I'm not sure about that last part, but it's like, you guys, you know, if you don't want the government growing, perhaps don't sign things into law like the Homeland Security, you know, situation with Bush, like the Patriot Act and all of that. Like, don't encode those things into law then. Like, that right there is growing the government. Like, what do you think that is? I mean, honest to goodness. The Brookings Institution's Paul Light, wow, I'm shocked that they're quoting Paul Light from Brookings. The Brookings Institution's Paul Light emphasizes the importance of the increasing number of levels between the top heads of departments and the people at the bottom who receive the products of government decision making. I doubt he does. Anyway, it goes on to say he estimates that there are perhaps 50 or more levels of impenetrable bureaucracy, in no way other than imperfect performance appraisals to communicate between them. I highly doubt that's what was said, but at least here they're sourcing what they're talking about. I can look at that later, I guess. The Trump administration proposed some possible consolidations, but, and to be clear, they're talking about the first Trump administration, but these were not received favorably in Congress, whose approval is necessary for most such proposals. The best solution is to cut functions and budgets and devolve responsibilities. That is a challenge primarily for presidents, Congress, and the entire government, but the OPM still needs to lead the way government-wide in managing personnel properly, even in any future smaller government. So they're really on about the OPM. Creating a responsible career management service, okay. The people elect a president who is charged by Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution with seeing that the laws are faithfully executed, quote unquote, with his political appointees democratically linked to that legitimizing responsibility. An autonomous bureaucracy has neither independent constitutional status nor separate moral legitimacy. Therefore, career civil servants by themselves should not lead major policy changes and reforms. The creation of the Senior Executive Service was the top career change introduced by the 1978 Carter-Campbell Civil Service Reform Act. Its aim was to professionalize the career service and make it more responsible to the democratically elected commander-in-chief and his political appointees, while respecting the rights due to career employees, very much including those in the top positions. The new SES would allow management to be more flexible, quote unquote, in filling and reassigning executive positions and locations beyond narrow specialties for more efficient mission accomplishment, and would provide pay and large bonuses to motivate career performance. Okay. It's just all over the map here. Really is. The desire to infiltrate political appointees improperly into the high career civil service has been widespread in every administration, whether Democrat or Republican. Democratic administrations, however, are typically more successful because they require the cooperation of careerists who generally lean heavily to the left. Evil. Left. And I love how they've capitalized the L in left. The left. Such burrowing in requires career job descriptions for new positions that closely mirror the functions of a political appointee. A special hiring authority that allows the bypassing of veterans' preferences as well as other preference categories, and the ability to frustrate career candidates from taking the desired position. President Reagan's OPM began by limiting such SES burrowing in, arguing that the proper course was to create and fill political positions. Okay, whatever. Again, how is that limiting anything or paring down? It's not, but okay, whatever. This simultaneously promotes the CSRA principle of political leadership of the bureaucracy and respects the professional autonomy of the career service, but this requires that career SES employees should respect political rights too. Actions such as career staff reserving excessive numbers of key policy positions as quote-unquote career reserved. Okay, well, I believe it's called seniority, but okay. To deny them to non-career SES employees, like what? How are you defining career versus non-career employees? But okay. Frustrate the CSRA's intent. Another evasion is the general domination by career staff on SES personnel evaluation boards, the opposite of non-career executives dominating these critical meeting discussions as expected in the SES. Career training also often underplays the political role in leadership and inculcates career-first policy and value viewpoints. Okay, whatever. Frustrated with these activities by top career executives, the Trump administration, again, think Trump administration number 1, 45, not 47, issued Executive Order 13957 to make career professionals in positions that are not normally subject to change as a result of presidential transition, but who discharge significant duties and exercise significant discretion, in formulating and implementing executive branch policy and programs, an exception to the competitive hiring rules and examinations for career positions under a new Schedule F. It ordered the director of OPM, pardon me, and agency heads to set procedures to prepare lists of such confidential policy determining, policy making, or policy advocating positions, and prepare procedures to create exceptions from civil service rules when careerists hold such positions, from which they can relocate back to the regular civil service after such service. Dear God, the wording is horrible. The order was subsequently reversed by President Biden at the demand, that awful socialist President Biden, totally not just a right-leaning neo-lib, horrible communist, socialist, what did they call it? Oh my god. No, literally, what is it? It's like cultural Marxist. Is that what they call it? It doesn't even make sense. Just words that go together that sound cool. But cultural Marxist, President Biden. At the demand of the civil service associations and unions, it should be reinstated, but SES responsibility should come first. Managing personnel in a union environment. Let's hear this. Historically, unions were thought to be incompatible with government management. Were they? When? How? By whom? It goes on to say, there's a natural limit to the bargaining power of private sector unions, but the financial bottom line of public sector unions is not similarly constrained. Okay. If private sector unions push too hard a bargain, they can so harm a company or so reduce efficiency that their employer is forced to go out of business and eliminate union jobs altogether. Sure. There is no such limit in government. That's why it's called bargaining. Both sides come to the table, you goofus. You know this. Come on. There's no such limit in government, which cannot go out of business, so demands can be excessive without negatively affecting employee and union bottom lines. Oh, God. Okay. Even Democratic President Franklin Roosevelt considered union representation in the federal government to be incompatible with democracy. I don't think that's true, but okay. Striking and even threats of bargaining and delay were considered acts against the people and thus improper. Oh, I see what he's saying. This guy is saying because of World War II and President Roosevelt not wanting strikes that he somehow inherently hated unions. Well, I mean, no, but okay, whatever. Say what you want, I guess. It was not until President John Kennedy that union representation in the federal government was recognized, and then merely by executive order. Labor bargaining was not set in statute until the Carter administration was forced by Congress to do so in order to pass the CSRA. Although all bargaining was placed under OPM review. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and put in the notes here. I'm going to say, excuse me. I'm going to say, it appears that there is a plan, or at least a communicated desire, we'll say, to use the OPM to union bust. We'll just put it like that. Going back to the actual text here. Oh, I should check to see if anybody has been asking questions in multi-stream. No questions, just comments. Okay, I agree. I think we're all on the same page. So anywho, President Franklin Roosevelt hated unions, you guys. JFK hated unions too. I'm kidding. Like, come on, y'all. You seriously gonna write this stuff and expect people to believe it? The CSRA was able to maintain strong management rights for the OPM, and agencies forbade collective bargaining on pay and benefits as well as management prerogatives. Over time, OPM, FLRA, and agencies, personnel offices, and courts, especially in Democratic administrations, narrowed management rights so that labor bargaining expanded as management rights contracted. Not really, but okay. They go on to say, but the management rights are still in statute. The management rights. This is written so strangely, but the management rights are still in statute, have been enforced by some administrations, and should be enforced again by any future OPM and agency managements, which should not be intimidated by union power. run-on sentences much. Rather than being daunted, President Trump issued 3 executive orders. Ugh. Executive Order 13836. Let's just put this in our notes. Encouraging agencies. Here, one sec. One quick sec. Let's get this all into the notes. What the fuck? What just happened there? God damn it, you dummy. Okay, there we are. Executive Order 13836, encouraging agencies to renegotiate all union collective bargaining agreements to ensure consistency with the law and respect for management rights. Hi, I can talk. Executive Order 13837. So I guess those two were one after the other. Encouraging agencies to prevent union representatives from using official time preparing or pursuing grievances or from engaging in other union activity on government time. Well, that's stupid. And also, it's not really something they tend to do, but they should be able to if they need to. And Executive Order 13839, encouraging agencies both to limit labor grievances on removals from service or on challenging performance appraisals and to prioritize performance over seniority when deciding who should be retained following the reductions in force. Let's go ahead and put that in our notes here. Go ahead and put that in our notes here. Pardon me. Hey, okay, there we go. Okay, put that in there. Hey, I'm doing a lot with this space. God, there's just so dang much that needs to be put in the notes. I'm trying to like pare it down, and I feel like I've been doing a decent, job of that. Still, let's go ahead and say. Let's make sure that this is clear, that, Trump in first term issued these anti-union executive orders, which were eventually shot down by Biden, and then I'm going to make an educated guess that they were reinstated by Trump. Yeah, and let me just double check that. I want to make sure that I'm putting out correct information, but let's check that. Huh? The fuck? No. That's not what we're trying to do, dummy. Okay, anyway. Did Trump reinstate executive orders? I'm asking Claude. 13, 836, 837, and 839. We'll say and or 13839 from his first term once he was re-elected as president in 2024. And if not, we'll ask, did he issue similar new executive orders after his re-election. Let's see. I'll bet he did, but like, I just want to double check, make sure I'm not steering anybody wrong here. I'm impressed with the thinking that Claude is doing. This is pretty cool. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Claude says, good research question. Ah, shit. That it said, oh shit. That it said it. Don't ask me any questions about it. That was definitely what Claude said. Anyway, Claude says, good research question with a somewhat nuanced answer. Here's the full picture. The short version, no, he didn't directly reinstate them. He did something more aggressive instead. Chain of events, EOs 13.836, 37, and 39 were Trump's first term orders, all signed May 25th, 2018, dealing with federal sector collective bargaining, limiting official time for union activities and streamlining removal of underperforming federal employees. Biden's EO 14003, protecting that the federal workforce, signed January 22nd, 2021, explicitly revoked all three of them, along with the related, if I could talk, presidential memorandum for 2019, or rather from 2019. Okay. Okay. Well, I'd like to see the memorandum that they're talking about. On day one of his second term, Trump's EO, that's Executive Order 14148, initial rescissions of harmful executive orders and actions, revoked Biden's EO 14003, which had been the order that reversed federal labor policies, including Executive Orders 13836, 837, and 839. Here's the legal wrinkle. Revoking a revocation does not automatically reinstate the original orders. Generally, when an EO is revoked and then the revoking order itself is revoked, the original executive order doesn't simply snap back to life. It would need to be explicitly reissued. Trump's EO 14148 didn't specifically reissue those executive orders. What he did instead, and it's considerably more sweeping, rather than it reinstating those three relatively targeted reforms, or rather those three relatively targeted reform executive orders, Trump went much further. On March 27, 2025, he signed Executive Order 14251, exclusions from federal labor management relations programs, designing over a dozen federal agencies, designating, if I could read, over a dozen federal agencies as performing national security work and stripping collective bargaining rights from the over 950,000 federal employees that were affected. Affected agencies included the EPA, Department of Veteran Affairs, and Department of Justice, among many others. Executive Order 14251 modified Carter's 1979 executive order, just as it says they're going to do here, right? In Project 2025. Tell me he's not following it. I'll wait. So, modified Carter's 1979 executive order 12171, significantly expanding it so that these agencies would be excluded from the federal labor relations statute because they are determined to have as a primary function intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. On August 28, 2025, Trump extended that order further to include NASA, NOAA, and the National Weather Service and more. What the hell? Now, I'm going to add this, guys. This is interesting. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Walmart has actually been part of sort of an effort to privatize weather service information. I swear, everything is being shitified and extracted. Buddy, quit bonking yourself on that. Are you okay, baby? Oh, did your kitty steal your chair? Uh-oh, your brother stole your chair? Oh, baby. You want to go lay on the couch, honey? Oh, you're such a good boy. I love you. I got pet my doggy. I got pet my puppy. He's mommy's baby. Mommy's big baby boy. He's such a good boy. Yeah, he is. I love you. Yeah, he's your big, yawning, tired puppy. I love you, Toby. Good boy. I love you, Toma. Good boy. Oh, don't you put your face over that center, Toby. Oh, I love Toby. He's so precocious. He is such a precocious young man. He's just looking at the cat like, why'd you steal my chair? Please. You can lay on the couch, baby. Yeah, go, good boy. Go get your bone. There you go. That'll make it better, buddy. Oh, my Bubba. You're such a good dog. He is still absolutely adorable at almost 7 years old. Just absolute adorable puppy energy still. And such a sweet boy, too. Oh, my gosh. And he is letting his kitty brother have his share right now. He loves that. Toby loves that cat so dang much. He loves his brother more than just about anything. So, bottom line, it says, Claude's Sonnet 4.6 says, again, the original 3 executive orders were never formally reinstated by number with their policy goals, weakening federal unions with easier dismissal of employees were effectively superseded by a second-term approach that just eliminates collective bargaining rights at scale rather than modifying them at the margins. It's the difference between reforming the rules of the game versus deciding certain players don't get to play at all. Project 2025 had explicitly called for reinstatement, but what Trump actually did in his second term was substantially beyond that blueprint. I think we're going to put this whole response in our notes because I think that is just like, that encapsulates it friggin' perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. So, honestly, like, no notes on that. That's a perfect response. Also, Claude's Sonnet 4.6 was asked about the reinstatement. Here was not what. Here was its answer. Dang it. I swear to God. Ugh. Just went all over the fucking page. What the fuck, bro? Come on. Alright, fine. Ugh, fuck. This is so annoying. I'm gonna have to go line by line. You dumb motherfucker, you. Jesus Christ. Come on, you fucker. Jeez Louise. Okay, I've got to get this friggin' like formatted correctly. The hell? Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna have to write the whole fucking thing in there myself. Good God. That's annoying. One thing I don't like about the whiteboard app. Okay. Like, yeah, we all have time to sit here and wait for this, right? Great. Good times. Fun stuff. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. And there we go. Yeah. See, you know, I think this is part of the problem with assuming, if you will, that Trump or somebody like him, well, isn't going to be reelected or elected again. It's like, oh, we'll just, you know, undo these executive orders. Great. I'm not saying that shouldn't happen. I've got cat fur in my mouth. I apologize. I'm not saying that shouldn't happen. But since said executive order was issued in the first place, shouldn't we prevent such an executive order from being issued again? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, doesn't that make more sense to just prevent it essentially from ever happening again? I'm trying to see if I can get this font to be just a little bit smaller. I'm not confident that I can, so give me one little second, y'all. God damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ugh. Oh, Christ. Okay. But, like, no, I can't, really? Well, shit. Okay. I'm going to try to paste the rest of this answer in because I just think it's so good. I mean, I'm really impressed with Sonnet. Like, this is a great answer right here. I'm sorry, this is good stuff. It really is. And like I said, though, you know, why would you want to just revoke the order, right? Okay. When you should be stopping orders like this from ever becoming a thing in the first friggin' place. Like, hello, you know? Am I wrong here? Okay, let's see. Pardon me. Okay. Mother. I'm sorry, I have autoimmune illnesses, so it kind of is what it is sometimes. Okay. And no, I can't just mute. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Just go ahead and just keep this going. Okay. No, ma'am. You stay quiet. Good boy. Good quiet. Good quiet. Good boy to be very quiet and well behaved. Good boy. I love you. Good boy. And good boy to not goof around in there. That's a good boy. Thank you, Toby. Good boy. You're a good dog. Okay. Okay. Almost done with that one. You guys are being very good over there. Thank you for behaving yourselves. Good. You boys are being very, very good. All right, I'll move on from this in a minute. I just think this is great information. All right. Okay. Part of the reason I'm taking really careful notes here is that essentially I think it's really good to be able to look at this and conceptualize it in a way that makes sense. Remember all the things that were read, that were said, and make sure that we're kind of digesting all of this information in a way that makes sense so we didn't waste our time going through it. If that makes sense. I mean, let me know if I'm totally full of shit on that, but I don't think I am. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Fuckaroo. Okay, I think I'll just copy and paste this last part in as one little thingy. Thingy. Okay. Right, almost done here. Okay. Perfect. Got this. We're going to put it down in the notes. And we'll be good to go. Wow, that is wild. My goodness. say. Odds enter continued. Dang, that's freaking insane. Like, oh my god. And that's just like insidious. What the fuck? Okay, anyway, just making sure that this fits on screen. Okay. God damn it. There we go. Sheesh. Just see if we can't bring it down a little. There we go. Wow. Now I think I'm going to go ahead and create a new board. Project 2025, Part 7. Actually, let's make a little shape here. And have it be the little title. We'll just say, oh my god, my eyes hurt. We'll say my eyes hurt is what we'll say. Okay, but yeah, project 2025, part 7. And we'll say, transition plan continued. Well, we'll just say it like that. Put it, yeah, okay. Anyway, so transition plan continued. So again, let's back it up a little bit because we went hard on that last part. All of those EOs, those executive orders, were revoked by Biden, by the Biden administration, and should be reinstated, quote unquote. Again, this is speaking from like, you know, when Biden essentially was still president, right? I gotta take this. And it's not literally talking in the present tense when Trump is again the president of the United States. So, just keeping that in mind, right? That like we're literally talking as if Biden is president because that's when this was written, basically. Okay, so fully staffing. Cat for the ranks of political appointment. Wait, backing up. All were revoked by Biden. I know we just read this, but just all were revoked by Biden, the Biden administration, and should be reinstated by the next administration to include the immediate appointment of the FLRA General Counsel and reactivation of the impasses panel. Congress should also consider whether public sector unions are appropriate in the first place. Okay, sure. The bipartisan consensus up until the middle of the 20th century held that these unions were not compatible with constitutional government. Sure, Jan. It goes on to say, after more than half a century of experience with public sector union frustrations of good government management, it is hard to avoid reaching the same conclusion. Let's go ahead and copy and paste this into Cloud. Jamie, put it into Perplexity. Jamie, is that true? I said we'd be dissecting this, and I wasn't kidding. Yeah, okay. Let's see what Claude says about this. What does Claude have to say? No, really, let's see, because I think this is an interesting question. It says here's the rundown on each specific P2025, that's Project 2025, recommendation from that passage. One, wow, interesting. One, reinstate executive orders 1, 3, 8, 36, 7, and 9. Covered above, not formally reinstated by Trump, blah, 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 blah. We already went through that. Okay. 2, immediate appointment of the FLRA General Counsel. That's what I wanted to know. Not immediate, quote unquote, by any stretch. During Trump's first term, the GC, General Counsel position, was left vacant the entire duration. Well, of course it was. Which unions noted allowed agencies to ignore FLRA rulings with impunity. That almost makes the vacancy sound strategic. Second term wasn't much faster, it goes on to say. Trump nominated Charlton Allen, I do remember that, a conservative lawyer and political consultant with no prior labor management relations experience, because of course he did. Did he get teleported to a Waffle House too? Teleported to a Waffle House after a night out binge drinking? I'll bet he did. Maybe he got teleported to a happy ending salon or a coffee shop. His first nomination was returned to the president. Wait a minute. Sorry. Hold on. In September 2025, okay. So Allen was nominated in September 2025, about 8 months into the term. A Senate committee delayed his confirmation hearing in November 2025, citing paperwork issues. His first nomination was returned to the president on January 3rd, 2026 under Senate rules and was resubmitted on the 13th of that month, where it sits in committee again. As of now, the FLRA General Counsel position is still listed as vacant on their own website. A coalition of more than 24 federal unions is urging the Senate to reject Allen and notes a backlog of over 300 ULP cases awaiting prosecution that can't proceed without a confirmed GC. Three, reactivation of the federal services impasses. I'm sorry, the Federal Service Impasses panel. This actually happened, and relatively quickly. Trump announced his intent to appoint 7 members to the FSIP. Mark Anthony Carter as chair, Andrea Fisher Newman, David R. Osborne, Karen M. Charnecki, Donald Todd, Jonathan Riches, and F. Vincent Vernuccio. The FSIP is now active. Congress considering whether public sector unions are appropriate at all. The opposite happened on December 11th, 2025. The House passed the Bipartisan Protecting America's Workforce Act to overturn Executive Order 14251 and restore collective bargaining rights for federal workers. The first time the House voted to overturn any Trump executive order since January 2025. That's a long way from Congress questioning whether public sector unions should exist at all. Yes. So, the short summary is FSIP, done. FLRA GC, nominated but still vacant, dragging EOs not reinstated but arguably suspended by something more aggressive. Congressional action against unions went nowhere. Congress pushed back to the other direction. Anyway, let's go ahead and put that in our notes. Excuse me. I'll say Claude Sonnet 4.6. Okay, so, right, let's put all this shit at the top, and let's go ahead and make it a little bigger, but not like way too much. Way too big, not way too much bigger. Jesus Christ, my brain. Anyway, I just want to make this a little bigger so everybody can see it. There we go. Yes, too. Just a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so, anywho, pardon me. Fully staffing the ranks of political appointees. The president must rely legally on his top department. Legally? Like, what do you mean? Like, he must get their legal counsel? Or legally, quote unquote, he must rely on? I swear the wording here is awful. Like, let's get an English teacher to go through it. They'll have a friggin' field day. Actually, I have just the person. I might do that. And she'll probably kick me right in the... for asking her to do this. So, fully staffing the ranks of political appointees. The president must rely legally on his top department and agency officials to run the government, and on top, White House staff employees to coordinate operations through regular cabinet and other meetings and communications. Without this political leadership, the career civil service becomes empowered to lead. I'm sorry, one moment. I need to check if there's a tornado warning in our area. I apologize. It doesn't look that out there right now. Holy cow. That's so cute. I love that. Ooh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Somebody just asked me for a picture, so I'm gonna send it. It's not a great one, but it's something. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is... Okay, so the warnings and watches are over. Oh no. A large tornado hit central Illinois. I hope it didn't wipe dear old Peoria off the map. Or Bloomington Normal.
A scary sight in central Illinois. This massive tornado churned on Thursday afternoon near Washburn, which is about 2 hours southwest of Chicago. Authorities described the situation as a particularly dangerous event, and a tornado emergency was issued for the storm.
Well, I did see a tornado warning earlier, so right now there's a flash flood warning and hopefully not a tornado warning, but the sky looks really bad. It does not look good out there, let me tell you. That's why I had to check for a minute, because truly, the sky is yellow. So FYI, just a quick little aside, but you guys, in 2024 on, I believe, you know what? I'm gonna look right now because I keep misquoting, or not misquoting, but wondering if I'm correctly quoting the date on this. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. So it wasn't the 15th, it was the night of July 14th, 2024. I'm driving back from my absolute favorite spa, King Spa in Niles, Illinois, just out here in the Chicago area, just outside Chicago. I mean, like, just outside, it's real close. But anyway, it's a great spa. It's a Korean spa. Lots and lots of people go there. It's a huge place. Highly recommend. It's an awesome experience. But like, I'm driving back, okay? So it had been raining, and it stopped for a little while or slowed down or something like that. I think it just slowed down a bit. So I'm like, I think I'm just gonna take my chance and see if I can drive home right now, because I've been waiting there for a while to drive home, and it's like nothing's happening. So, okay, it looks like it's calmed down a little bit. I'll take my chance and go. Also, I was worried because, like, while you can spend the night there, um, my dog can be afraid of storms, and I didn't want him home alone, like worrying. And if there were a tornado to hit or anything like that, I'd want to be home with the animals to make sure everybody was able to be safe. And so, anyway, I'm like, I'll just take this chance and drive home. It looks okay. I get in the car. I get onto I-90 to head back, and all of a sudden, like all of a sudden, the entire I-90 turns in to a lake. I am not kidding. A lake. It's horrible. Um, there's hail and like rain just bashing the shit out of my car. It's really, really, really coming down hard. I look up, I'm seeing funnel clouds from multiple directions, and then the rain starts coming down so hard you can't see anything. So everybody on I-90 and nearby starts pulling over to the median, to the center median area. Not under an overpass, by the way. You're not a bridge troll, okay? So don't do that. That's dumb. But we all pull over to the like center median just to get, out of the lanes of traffic, off the street. And around us, there were 18 tornadoes spotted. Not all of them touched down. And I think the ones that did touch down, it was so brief that it almost, nothing happened. It almost wasn't worth mentioning. But it was really fucking scary. And so, pulling over in an area next to the, median where it was a little bit, there was a little bit of like low lying space to get into, was the best I could do in that moment. But it came on so quickly and so hard. And then my car just moving around and like being swept in this current of freaking water that just came up underneath me was so scary. Uh, I do not joke around about tornadoes anymore. Not that I ever was like, oh, they're so silly, but I really take tornado warnings seriously, and so should you. Same with severe storms. Do not take your chances. Take shelter. Pull over to a low-lying area, not underneath an overpass or a bridge, if you need to, or go to the nearest sturdy building if you can. It's if you're driving. If you don't have a basement, if you have a basement, obviously go down there. If you don't, go to a room in the center of your house that doesn't have windows. But always take it seriously. That was very scary. So again, yeah, there are going to be times that during the kind of tornado season where I might just get up and take shelter or something, or check the sky like this. It still looks really bad, but it's saying there's not a warning right now, so okay. I'm gonna take that as gospel. We're sure, right? No warning, no watch. Ooh. Ooh. Wait. I'm sorry. Give me one moment. So it looks like the north side is safe for now, but like barely. Holy crap. Okay, well, so the president must rely legally. Again, not really sure how we're meaning that, but okay. On his top department and agency officials to run the government, and on top White House staff employees to coordinate operations through regular cabinet and other meetings and communications. Without this political leadership, the career civil service becomes empowered to lead the executive branch without democratic legitimacy. Okay. While many obstacles stand in his way, a president is constitutionally and statutorily required to fill the top political positions in the executive branch, both to assist him and to provide overall legitimacy. Most presidents have had some difficulty obtaining congressional approval of their appointees. Well, again, yeah, thankfully, but it seems like Trump will sort of try to get around that by only having temporary appointees in place, which is kind of scary. That's not a good situation. So he can essentially get around the appointee gridlock or appointment gridlock by being like, oh, this person's just a temporary appointee, so you don't need to worry about it, Congress. It's fine. It's fine. This person's just temporary. It's fine. You know, and that's not the best. But anyway, to assist him and provide overall legitimacy. Most presidents have had some difficulty obtaining congressional approval of their appointees, but this is worsened recently. After the 2016 election, President Trump faced special hostility from the opposition party and the media in getting his appointees confirmed or even considered by the Senate. His early Office of Presidential Personnel, PPO, did not generally remove political appointees from the previous administration, but instead relied mostly on prior political appointees and career civil servants to run the government. Oh, wow, this guy is looking scary. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Such a reliance on holdovers and bureaucrats led to a lack of agency control and the absolute refusal of the acting attorney general from the Obama administration to obey a direct order from the president. Yeah, when it's not legal, they don't obey. It's weird that happens, isn't it? But don't worry, they've got Todd Blanche now. Under the early PPO, the Trump administration appointed fewer political appointees in its first few months in office than had been appointed in any recent presidency. Partly because of historically high partisan congressional obstructions, but also because several officials announced that they preferred fewer political appointees in the agencies as a way to cut federal spending. Whatever the reasoning, this had the effect of permanently hampering the rollout of the new president's agenda. Thus, in those critical early years, much of the government relied on senior careerists and holdover Obama appointees to carry out these sensitive responsibilities that would otherwise belong to the new president's appointees. Fortunately, the later PPO, OPM, and Senate leadership began to cooperate to build a strong team to implement the president's personnel appointment agenda. Any new administration would be wise to learn that it will need a full cadre of sound political appointees from the beginning, if it expects to direct this enormous federal bureaucracy. It's basically saying, hey, dummy, get a list together before you take office again. Jesus Christ, you dum-dum. That's what it's basically saying. But it's cute that they think Trump would even, read through this. If you have to have, somebody to explain it to him like he's a 6-year-old, you know? Fortunately, the later PPO, OPM, yeah, Senate leadership began to cooperate to build a strong team to implement the president's personal appointment agenda. Any new administration would be wasteful, and it will need to follow contrary from the beginning of its Okay, a close relationship between the PPO at the White House and the OPM, coordinating with agency assistant secretaries of administration and PPOs, chosen White House liaisons and their staff at each agency is essential to the management of this large, multi-level, resistant, and bureaucratic challenge. If quote-unquote personnel as policy is to be our general guide, it would make sense to give the president direct supervision of the bureaucracy with the OPM director available in this cabinet. Let's go ahead and let's put that into our notes, because this is literally, again, one of those parts where they're literally saying the quiet portion out loud. And I find that to be very interesting, to say the least. Let's see here. That is, yeah, of course they're going to have to say the quiet part out loud at some point, at certain points, right? But the way they're doing it is just wild to me. Like, you know? Oh, God. Okay. Can I say all of this here? Available? No, I can't. Boo. Okay, perfect. We got it. Okay. A reformed bureaucracy. Today, the federal government's bureaucracy cannot even meet its own civil service ideals, even, if I could talk. The merit criteria of ability, knowledge, and skills are no longer the basis for recruitment. Okay. Selection or advancements, while pay and benefits for comparable work are substantially above those in the private sector. Retention is not based primarily on performance, and for the most part, inadequate performance is not appraised, corrected, or punished. The authors have made many suggestions here that, if implemented, could bring that bureaucracy more under control and enable it to work more efficiently and responsibly, which is especially required for the half of civilian government that administers its undeniable responsibilities for defense and foreign affairs. Bro, what? While a better administered central bureaucracy is crucial for both those and domestic responsibilities, the problem of properly running the government goes beyond simple bureaucratic administration. The specific deficiencies of the federal bureaucracy, size, levels of organization, inefficiency, expense, and lack of responsiveness to political leadership, are rooted in the progressive ideology that unelected experts can and should be trusted to promote the general welfare in just about every area of social life. The Constitution, however, reserved a few enumerated powers to the federal government while leaving the great majority of domestic activities to state, local, and private governance. As James Madison explained, the powers reserved to the several states will extend to all the objects which, in the ordinary course of affairs, concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people and the internal order, improvement, and prosperity of the state. Modern progressive politics has simply given the national government more to do than the complex separation of powers the Constitution allows. That progressive system has broken down in our time. And the only real solution is for the national government to do less, to decentralize and privatize as much as possible, and then ensure that the remaining bureaucracy is managed effectively. Along the lines of the enduring principles set out in detail here. Authors note, the authors are grateful for all the collaborative work of the individuals as contributors to this chapter for the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. The authors alone assume responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Okay. Section 2, the Common Defense. Eek. I'm just gonna paste some of that doo-doo that we just went over. Okay. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Anyway, let's go ahead and just scooch all of this over. Make some of this a little smaller. Okay. But not too much, just so that there's a little bit more space on the page. I do kind of want to ask something, though, of Claude, of our friend Claude. I don't know why I said it like that. Of our friend Claude. Sonnet 4.6. I want to see, like, specifically what things have been done since Trump took over again that were enumerated in the reformed bureaucracy portion of section 1. I'm live streaming. I'm going to say a read through of Project 2025 over the course of several weeks on my Twitch, YouTube, and Kick accounts, and I want to see if you can tell me what, if any, policies. I've got to rest my eyes for a minute. They're really hurting. I apologize. What, if any, policies from the reform bureaucracy section of Project 2025 have been implemented since Trump's second election in 2020, not 3034, in 2024. Okay. We just don't want to miss anything is basically what I'm trying to say. So while Claude is thinking, let's set up for section 2, the Common Defense. Sorry, that was annoying. Section 2. What the crap? Okay. The fuck? I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. So, we'll just say section. Ugh, fuck. Fuck. Ugh. I'm so annoyed. I'm sorry. common defense. Not a common defense, the common defense. Fuckaroo. So annoying. Fuck a duck. Okay. Hopefully not literally, I don't know. I'm not your mom, but I'm saying probably don't fuck ducks. There's probably some good life advice in there. You're welcome. So let's see. Pardon me. Fuck. Having mast cell activation syndrome and asthma and like POTS and all this other shit is a bitch. All I can say. Hashimoto's, it sucks ass. I don't recommend it. Let's see what Claude says. Holy fucking shitballs. Okay. Immediate, yeah, we already went through that. Ugh, fuckaroo. Oi. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna have to put in a little thingy here, because what the hell? I don't know, whatever. Let's see. There we go, that's better, I think. Is it better? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Hey, Bubba, you good boy, I know you. You guys are so good. My little babies. Yeah. There we go. Just a cute little thingy for a note. Let's go ahead and put in some text. Because we do have a little bit of information here from Claude in terms of like what all has been happening with that final little bit that we were talking about there, right? In terms of the reform bureaucracy and like, you know, blah blah blah, like, because this seems to be a big part, right, of Project 2025, the reform bureaucracy thing. It's like, sure buddy, you're such a great reformer. Okay. Okay. Yikes, this is a lot of bullshit, man. Oof. Boy, howdy. God. Seriously. Whoa, hey, that bring that over here. Hey. That is wild. What other oh my god, if I could type bureaucracy reforms has Trump 2 made? Okay. Okay, let's see. And FLR treatment. Okay. And get to the next part, and then the next part, and then the next part, and the next part, and then the next part. Yay, that is a lot, dude. What the fuck? Mm. Hmm. Okay, let's move this back over here. Done. That is wild. There's just a lot that he's done. Oh my god. Put that in the notes. Okay. Sheesh. And then after that, like we talked about with the FLRA, Federal General Counsel, right? Some of this stuff hasn't been implemented yet, but it is working on being implemented, is basically the answer that we're getting. And that's the correct answer, too, frankly. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's true. It's happening. Even if it hasn't happened yet, it is happening. Jesus H. Christ. That is wild. Okay. Hey, what the fuck? Ugh. Fucker. Sorry. Oh my god. Is it not gonna let me do that? What the hell, bro? What is happening right now? The fuck? I think I'm just gonna have to put in another little section here. Alright. Yeah. cats, that's a lot. Dang it. Come on, fucker. Eesh. So annoying. Okay. Yeah, come on. Let's grab the other information here. Let's, okay. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Yikes. Ugh. This is just so much from that one section. Holy cats. Yeesh. So I think we'll just have to move this down entirely. The next section, it's not even ready to put in there. Like, let's just... Holy crap. This is wild. Okay. That's so much. So... Hopefully that's enough space. Because there's just so much going on here. Dang. So, let's keep it going right here. Ah, shit. There we go. This is all horrible. Holy crap. So if you guys want to read any more about this, definitely look in the notes. In, damn, dude. In the Discord. That is wild. And then let's go ahead and a little bit small. Well, should it be? I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be smaller. Gak. That's a lot of shit. So it's like an extra little character at the end that I did not put in. What the hell is that about? Okay, so let's go to the next little bit from Claude. Like I said, in this specific instance of this section, this is important. This is important information. I mean, it's important information everywhere, but like in this section, again, in this section specifically, like they really were saying, like I said, saying the quiet part out loud, and it seems incredibly important to make note of it and to get as much context as we possibly can, right? Ow, fuck, okay. Reclassification, effectively, oh my god. So, well, at least no legislation to restructure the MSPB has so far been completely successful. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, kinda. Like, it's better than a slap in the dick, you know? Like, it's better than a kick in the vagina. I don't know what to say. It's not great that they're doing this, but it's good that it hasn't all happened yet. Okay, so. Oy. Go. I have to say, I think Claude has been working overtime here, while ChatGPT has been sleeping on the job. Well, I don't know, but all I can say is the answers here are excellent, excellent. Damn. Mm, mm, mm. Alrighty. You know, I'm actually going to ask it to make that scorecard that it just did for me into a visual. Let's see. Well, I don't want to like do too much AI work here because, you know, we've got to be mindful of that, of, you know, not over relying on it because of environmental issues. But let's see. Maybe I can make it look okay without Claude's help and quickly. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have 100% confidence, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know, dude. You good boy. It okay. He good boy. It okay. He's a doggy and a puppy. Yes, he is. Yeah, now let's go ahead and undo that. Undo that. Undo that. Okay, I'm gonna say, Claude, can you make this into a scorecard for me? The scorecard into a visual for me. I love it. I think this is wonderful information. I really do. So we've got all this information here, but I think having like a scorecard kind of a thing is like such a great idea. And actually, one of the things that I've ingested into Straightline Vault, the tool that I've created at vault.straightlinedatalabs.com, free to use. We don't collect any personally identifying or KYC information. Just to be clear, we got you. But I've ingested the Project 2025 tracker. I'm trying to readjust my microphone stand here. One back. 1 second. Good Lord. Let's so sorry for the visual there. My pants are kind of loose. The drawstring came off in the wash. It's fine. Okay. Let's go ahead for now and move on to the common defense, which is, again, part 2 here. While the lives of Americans are affected in noteworthy ways. Wow, one of the few times I've heard the lives of Americans mentioned. Okay. While the lives of Americans, are affected in noteworthy ways, for better or worse, by each part of the executive branch, the inherent importance of national defense and... Damn, I am so sorry. I'm having some problems over here with my mic stand, and I just want it not to go flying. So please give me one moment. I do apologize. This fucking thing, man. I'm super annoyed right now. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not the way I want to do it. Is it? Yeah, I think it's the other way. Hold on. Gotta get up because this thing's gonna push me away from whatever way I'm trying to get this thing to work. Ah, fuck. Pain in the ass. You fucker. There we go. That's better. Ah. Yeah. There we go. Much better. There we go. Just wanted it I just wanted it to be on. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Just wanted it to be on as tightly as it could be. That's what he said. Alrighty. Oh. One sec, I'm just trying to make sure everything doesn't go flying. Including me. Okay. So, shoe. Did my spoon come out of my fucking food? It might have. Unacceptable. Recycle can go there. So I have this cute little nail dryer for my gel nails here, and there we go. It works so well. I'm super impressed with the brand. All I can say, it is the Beetles brand, Beetles. I'm really liking it. It's very cute. Now, where did my little spoon go? Where is the spoon? There is no spoon. Ah, you guys. Oh no, I put it over here. Safe from Spoongate 2026. Jesus Christ, woman. ADHD. Ah, okay. That is no spoon. There is a spoon. It's a spork, actually. Even better, it's a spork. So, okay. I am one of those weird creatures. You're shocked, I know. I'm one of those weird creatures that likes to be like kind of sorry. The fuck? Hello. Ah, the hell, dude? The fuck? This thing's being a bitch. Oh, this is weird. Anyway, Claude's being weird, but I'll just move on from this for now. From this section. Here we go. Just bring that down a little bit. I'm one of those weird people who I like to be both stretched out and like if I can sit crisscross applesauce, I'm great with that. I don't like just sitting at like a desk or in a desk chair. I like being up out of the way. I like to be like perched up in something. Being up high is good for me. That's part of why I like yoga silks and my hanging bed and all of that. I like to be like up in a perch somewhere. When I took a train trip one time where we were on the train for several days, my mom was like, well, like I'm the shorter one, but I don't really want to have to get up into the upper bunk bed. I was like, don't worry, I'll do it. So all like 6.5 to 6 feet one of me went up into the top bunk, and I was just so thrilled about it. I was obsessed. It was great. I just was so obsessed with it. It was the best. Best trip ever. Loved it. Okay. Let's see. The common defense. While the lives of Americans are affected in noteworthy ways for better or worse by each part of the executive branch, The inherent importance of the national defense and foreign affairs makes the Department of Defense and state first among equals. Originating in the George Washington administration, the War Department, as it was then known, well, it's known like that again, was headed by Henry Knox, America's chief artillery officer in the Revolutionary War. Thomas Jefferson, the primary author of the Declaration of Independence, was the first Secretary of State. Despite such long and storied histories, neither department is currently living up to its standards, and the success of the next presidency will be determined in part by whether they can be significantly improved in short order. Ever since our founding, quote unquote, former acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller writes in Chapter 4, Americans understood that the surest way to avoid war is to be prepared for it in peace. Yet the Department of Defense, writing is not these people's strong suit. Let's just put it that way. Just keep it a buck. Yet the Department of Defense is a deeply troubled institution. It has emphasized leftist politics over military readiness. Recruiting was the worst. By what metric? In 2022, that it has been in 2 generations, and the Biden administration's profoundly unserious equity agenda and vaccine mandates have taken a serious toll yet. Additionally, Miller writes that the atrophy of our defense industrial base, the impact of sequestration and effective disarmament by many U.S. allies have exacted a high toll on America's military. Moreover, our military has adopted a risk-averse culture. Think of mass soldiers, sailors, and airmen, rather than instilling and rewarding courage and thought and action. The good news is that most enlisted personnel and most officers, especially below the rank of general or admiral, continue to be patriotic defenders of liberty. I'm just going to go ahead for this and just put, apparently military is too woke. Oh, good God, we're all fucked. Anyway, no, we're not. It'll be fine if we all take action. Oh, if I could type, that'd be helpful. I have a helpful action to take. Apparently, the military was too woke. That's the best way to encapsulate this section. Masks and gays and trans people and women and the leftists are apparently taking over. Oh, Lord. The fuck? Okay. The fuck? It just reloaded. That's fun. Yay. Okay, but y'all are welcome to write too. It's totally fine if someone else is writing here. Best way to encapsulate section is that There we go. Okay. Let us see if we can put this in to our thingy here. Why is it wanting to save as a .html? That's what I want to know. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's just leave it be then for now. Okay. Uh-oh, now we're talking about Obama. Get ready for racism. So, but this is now Barack Obama's General Officer Corps. Is it? Is it really? Yeah, anyway. The good news is that most enlisted personnel and most officers below the rank of general or admiral continue to be patriotic defenders of liberty. But this is now Barack Obama's General Officer Corps. That is why Russ Vought argues in Chapter 2 that the National Security Council should rigorously review all general and flag officer promotions to prioritize the core roles and responsibilities of the military over social engineering and non-defense related matters, including climate change, critical race theory, and manufactured extremism. And other polarizing policies? What? That weaken our armed forces and discourage our nation's finest men and women from enlisting, if I could talk. Ensuring that many of America's best and brightest continue to choose military service is essential. By far the most significant danger to America from abroad, Miller writes, is China. That communist regime is undertaking a historic military buildup, which could result in a nuclear force that matches or exceeds America's own nuclear arsenal. Resisting Chinese expansionist aims requires a denial defense, whereby we make the subordination of Taiwan or other U.S. allies in Asia prohibitively difficult. However, Miller adds that critically, the United States must be able to do this at a level of cost and risk that Americans are willing to bear. Well, I mean, that's not happening right now with Donald Trump. The best gauge of such willingness is congressional approval. Accordingly, we must rediscover and adhere to the Founders' Wise division of war powers, whereby Congress, the most representative and deliberative branch, decides whether to go to war, and the executive, the most energetic and decisive branch, decides how to carry it out once begun. As the past 75 years have repeatedly demonstrated in different ways, from Korea to Vietnam to Iraq to Afghanistan, we depart from our constitutional design at our peril. I mean, yeah, I'm not 100% in disagreement with that, but look at the wildly different and bizarre choices Donald Trump is making in his second term. I mean, other than calling it the Department of War again, I don't even know where he's going with any of this. Well, this section is aged real well. Miller writes that we must treat missile defense as a top priority. Ensure that more of our weapons are made in America. Reform the budgeting process and sustain an quote-unquote efficient and effective counterterrorism enterprise. Across all of our efforts, we must keep in mind that part of peace through strength is knowing when to fight. As George Washington warned nearly 2 centuries ago, we must continue to be on guard against being drawn into conflicts that do not justify great loss of American treasure or significant shedding of American blood. At the same time, we must be prepared to defend our interests and meet challenges where and when they arise. An effective diplomatic corps is central to defending our interests and influencing world events, whereas most military personnel have had leftist priorities. Leftist priorities imposed from above. The problem at state, I guess the Department of State, comes largely from within. Former State Department Director of Policy Planning Kieran Skinner writes in Chapter 6, large swaths of the State Department's workforce are left-wing and predisposed to disagree with the conservative president's policy and agenda and vision. She adds that the department possesses a belief that it is an independent institution that knows what is best for the United States, sets its own foreign policy, and does not need direction from an elected president. A view that does not align with the Constitution. Bro, what? Okay, well. Setting aside the framing of that, the solution to this problem is strong political leadership, Skinner writes. The next administration must take swift and decisive steps to reforge the department the department into a lean and functional diplomatic machine that serves the president and thereby the American people, because the Senate has been extraordinarily lax in fulfilling its constitutional obligation to confirm presidential appointees. She recommends putting appointees. Wait, what? She recommends putting appointees hold on a sec. Did I just skip down? Alrighty. No, yes, putting appointees into acting roles until such time as the Senate confirms them. But see, that's what Trump's been doing all along, just leaving him as a temporary appointee and never thereby needing confirmation from the Senate, allegedly. It's very strange. Skinner writes that states should also stop skirting the Constitution's treaty-making requirements and stop enforcing quote-unquote agreements as treaties. Okay. So agreements aren't agreements, then, is what you're saying. Cool. That sounds honest. That sounds helpful for our standing in the world sort of political and social forum. Great. That should bode well for us, shouldn't it? Anyway, it goes on to say, it should encourage more trade with allies. Particularly with Great Britain. And Great Britain, are you talking about England? It's not Great Britain anymore, you goose. And less with adversaries. And it should implement a sovereign Mexico policy, as our neighbor has functionally lost its sovereignty to muscular criminal cartels that effectively run the country. In Africa, Skinner writes the U.S. should focus on core security, economic, and human rights rather than impose radical abortion and pro-LGBT initiatives. Divisive symbols such as the rainbow flag or the Black Lives Matter flag have no place next to the stars and stripes at our embassies, but Trump's face does. When it comes to China, Skinner writes that the policy of compete where we must but cooperate where we can has demonstrably failed the People's Republic of China. Again, aggressive behavior, she writes, can only be curbed through external pressure. So what, they're trying to go to war with China? I guess Trump confused China for Iran. Whoops. Because now he's like buddying up with President Xi again. Who totally doesn't look anything like Winnie the Pooh, guys. Please stop saying that. It's not appropriate. He looks nothing like Winnie the Pooh. He does not look like Winnie the Pooh at all. I repeat, President Xi, dear leader, looks nothing like Winnie the Pooh. Just like Donald Trump looks nothing like an orange turd. Nothing. Please don't say those things. It's disrespectful. I, for one, don't appreciate it. I'll tell you that much. Efforts to protect or excuse China must stop. She observes many were quick to dismiss even the possibility that COVID escaped from a Chinese research laboratory. Meanwhile, Skinner writes, global leaders, including President Joe Biden, have tried to normalize or even laud Chinese behavior. My God, you don't say. Maybe such crazy things as visiting China and having choirs of children sing at them. She adds, in some cases, these voices, like global corporate giants BlackRock and Disney of the National Basketball Association, NBA, directly benefit from doing business with Beijing. It's like, gosh, a good thing people like Elon Musk would never. Former Vice President of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, Maura Nandar, writes in Chapter 8 that we need to have people working for USAGM who actually believe in America, rather than allowing the agencies to function as anti-American, taxpayer-funded entities that parrot our adversaries' propaganda and talking points. Former acting Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, say it, don't spray it, Jesus Christ, Ken Cuccinelli says in Chapter 5 that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, the creation of the George W. Bush era, should be closed. I mean, fair enough, as it has added needless additional bureaucracy and expense without corresponding benefit. Yeah, I can agree with him on that. He recommends that it be replaced with a new standalone border and immigration agency at the cabinet level. I disagree with that. And that the remaining parts of DHS be distributed among other departments. Fair enough. Former Chief of Staff for the Director of National Intelligence, Dustin Carmack, writes in Chapter 7 that the hell keeps happening with my nail here? Jesus Christ, it keeps breaking. Ugh. U.S. intelligence community is too inclined to look in the rearview mirror, engage in groupthink, and employ an overly cautious approach aimed at personal approval rather than offering the most accurate, unvarnished intelligence for the benefit of the country. And in Chapter 9, former acting deputy administrator for the U.S. Agency for International Development, Max Primorak, asserts that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, must be reformed, writing, the Biden administration has reformed the agency by treating it as a global platform to pursue overseas a divisive political and cultural agenda that promotes abortion, climate extremism, gender radicalism, and interventions against perceived systemic racism. Basically, what it's saying is perceived systematic racism, you don't say. If the recommendations on the following chapters are adopted, what Skinner says about the State Department, could be true for other parts of the federal government's national security and foreign policy apparatus. The next conservative president has the opportunity to restructure the making and execution of U.S. defense and foreign policy and reset the nation's role in the world. The recommendations outlined in this section provide guidance on how the next president should use the federal government's vast resources to do just that. Let us put some of this into our notes. One sec. Dang it. Got a broken nail here. That's really pissing me off. It's like catching on things and stuff. It's so irritating. I always have to keep my nails short because I play the guitar, and obviously typing and everything, it's just easier to type with, hi kitty, with shorter nails. Hi, come on up. Honey, come on up. One sec, I got a tiny kitty up here. A tiny baby. A tiny Anna. Anna Marie. Here, baby. Come on up. Gotta get her up here one sec. Come on. Here, I'm trying to turn it around. Good girl. Do you see? Yes. Do you see? Yes. There's the baby. Sorry. I got a tiny baby. We got a tiny baby. A tiny little kitty. Mwah. I'm gonna kiss you. You better watch out. I'm sorry. As you can probably tell, she's my special little honey. She's my little baby. Yes, yes. Let's make sure. Okay, honey, please. Honey, please. Okay, don't goof me here. Yeah, curl up. Good girl. That's my baby. There she is. Curl up. There you go. Come on up, honey. There's the baby of the house. Yes, he is. Anna's my special little baby. They're all my special babies, but Anna's my honey boo, my favorite. Yes, he is. Oh, my darling honey. I got her fur all full of coconut oil when I was cleaning her ears. Poor kitty. Poor kitty. Do you like your new litter box? I got you a new one, huh? You like it? I've been getting her these stainless steel litter boxes. By the way, for those of you who have, oh my gosh, Anna, please. Sorry. For those of you who have cats, highly, highly recommend. What is she doing? Highly, highly recommend stainless steel litter box. That is freaking amazing. Oh my gosh. Anna, what are you doing, baby? What the fuck? Anna. Anna Marie. Okay. Okay, thank you. We don't need to do that right now. Thank you, though. There we are. Honey, you're so precious. But seriously, the stainless steel litter boxes, like, I didn't realize this. You guys let me know if you have cats and you, this is just like obvious information to people or something. But apparently, if you have like a plastic litter box, even the really fancy ones, there can be like micro scratches and tears from the cat's claws, just from them using the bathroom, basically. And basically, excuse me, that can create places for like germs and odor to get in. But if you get stainless steel, you just will not smell it at all. I'm a super smeller. Like, I can smell fucking everything. And honestly, it's a total game changer. I love, love, love the stainless steel litter box. Poor Anna. She's gonna go flying as I move around here. Yes, she's my baby. Yes, she is. She's a special, precious little honey. I know. I'm just getting situated. You're okay. There you go. I just want to get comfy with the kitty up here, huh? Yeah. Let's get comfy with the little baby up here. Yeah. What do you think, huh? She's just so precious. She's my tiny little darling. Yeah, we gotta pay some attention to the baby. We gotta. It's Anna Marie. That's baby Anna. Okay. So, could you curl up, my love? Do you think you could curl up? We gotta ask. Ask nicely, huh? She's so blessed. She's so perfect. Yes, she is. Yeah, she's my little baby. I see Finny over there too. Yeah. Hi, baby. Hi, my favorite. Hi, my little lovey. You curl up? You curl up, baby? You wanna curl up, Anna? Anna Marie. You curl up here? Are you okay, honey? You just need mommy, don't you? Anna is so sweet. Mommy's her favorite thing in the universe ever. I know you're a good girl. You want to curl up on mommy's lap instead? Okay. Okay, I guess you can do that. Okay. There she is. There she is. You want mommy to give you a hug and a kiss? Mm-hmm. Gotta brush that fur. Yeah, you're so precious. Sorry, we gotta get the baby here. Okay, so my view counter just broke. What the heck? Anyway. Oh, sweet. Put that on. Anyway. Okay, here we go, you guys. Okay. Yes. Tier 1, woohoo. So, this, oh, wow, this is wild. Policy does not need direction from the elected president. Sovereign Mexico. Behavior, external pressure. Da, da, da. Okay, former Vice President of the U.S. Agency for Global Media. More renowned our rights in Chapter 8 that we need to have people working for U.S. AGM who actively believe in America rather than allowing the agencies to function as anti-American, taxpayer-funded entities that parrot our adversaries' propaganda and talking points. Sorry, I've got cat fur in my nose ring right now. It is not pretty. It is not good. Former acting Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, the Cooch, right? The Cooch, Ken Cuccinelli, says in Chapter 5 that the Department of Homeland Security, yeah, it should be essentially be done away with. We went over that, yeah. Fair enough. And in Chapter 9, former acting administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, Max Permarek, asserts that the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, must be reformed. Writing, the Biden administration has reformed the agency by treating it as a global platform to pursue rather overseas a divisive political and cultural agenda that promotes abortion, climate extremism, gender radicalism, and cat fur in my mouth is what it is. I'm so sorry. It's disgusting though. I can't handle it, you guys. I apologize. Ugh. Horrifying. Ugh. 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 Ugh, yucky, is what I say after I just pick up the cat and kiss her. Ugh. 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 If the recommendations in the following chapters are adopted, what Skinner says about the State Department could be true for other parts of the federal government's national security and foreign policy apparatus. The next conservative president, Trump right now basically, has the opportunity to restructure the making and execution of U.S. defense and foreign policy and assess the nation's role in the world. The recommendations outlined in this section provide guidance on how the next president, i.e. Trump right now, should use the federal government's vast resources to do just that. Oh my God. Okay. Gotta throw a couple of things into our notes. Ooh. Okay. Okay. And then I don't even understand, like, then we get into like the weird like shit about US aid. You know what, let's go ahead and undo that and just fuck and just put in another little section here. Comments start being made, we'll say, in this section that US aid is a problem. Also, for what it's worth, they really go on about how dangerous China is. Guess Elon Musk and Donald Trump didn't get the memo. The memo. Okay. Yay for tier 1 subscription. Okay. There we go. Thank you to the subscribers. You guys are the best. And ugh, and cat fur. Sorry. I really have to brush her, especially now that I've cleaned her little ears out with coconut oil. Oh, my baby. Oh, my poor little baby. Ugh. The fur, man. I apologize. It's just really, whew, boy, it's something. Yikes. Okay. Go ahead and just put that there. So change that little color of that so that we don't make a lot of mistakes. I mean, it's the same section. So that'll be section 4. I don't fucking know what section we're on now. Okay, 4. I don't know, you guys. Wait, the common defense was section 3 or section 2? I do not know. Working. No, I care for the purposes of research. Sorry, did it just go from section 2 to section 4? Bro. What? Okay. Oh, God. I'll just say, are we skipping 3? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Look. It's inexplicable to me. I love how it makes a little sad face there in the notes. Department of Defense. I'll just make it all capital at the beginning of each word. Department of Defense. Careful, my baby. Good girl. Are you my little baby? You don't have to get down. Oh, okay. Careful, honey. Careful, my favorite. My little honey boo boo baby. That kitty. I love you, Anna. We'll cuddle in bed in a little bit, you little shitty fuckers, yeah. You adorable little babies. Toby, you're a good boy. Don't worry, we'll go out before night time. Yeah, like, I don't know how we just skipped 3, but okay. Cool, I guess. Okay. Your guess is as good as mine. It was just wild. Absolutely wild. Okay, so put that down there. Start with some notes. Lighter green. Okay. Like, anyway, the Constitution requires the federal government to provide for the common defense. It assigns to Congress the authority to raise and support armies and to provide and maintain a navy, and it specifies that the president is the commander-in-chief of America's armed forces. Well, anyway, ever since our founding, Americans have understood that the surest way to avoid war is to be prepared for it in peace. But when deterrence fails, we must fight and win. Well, again, hello. The Department of Defense, DOD, is the largest part of our federal government. Ugh. It has almost 3 million people serving in uniform or a civilian capacity throughout the world and consumes approximately $850 billion annually. More than 50% of our government's discretionary spending. The DoD is also a deeply troubled institution. Historically, the military has been one of America's most trusted institutions, but here's a sustained misuse. A two-tiered culture of accountability that shields senior officers and officials while exposing junior officers and soldiers in the field, fair enough. Wasteful spending, fair enough. Wildly shifting security policies, okay, fair enough. Exceedingly poor discipline and program execution, and most recently, the Biden administration's profoundly unserious equity agenda and vaccine mandates. Not fair enough. Have taken a serious toll. Yeah, I mean, okay. Sure. So, let's see here. Are you being gentle? Thank you, Bubba. Thank you, Mr. Toby. I love you, buddy. Thank you for being gentle to the kitties. Thank you, Bubba. Toby is afraid of Anna. She's this tiny little darling baby who just hisses when she's afraid or upset. Never hurts a fly. So he's terrified of her, whereas Finn, a cat that gives Toby fucking thumbs with his claws out, he's fine with that. That's cool. Those two are like frickin' frack bonded. I call them cat dog. They're attached at the asshole. Like, go figure, man. I don't know. I just live here. They're in charge. Hi, Finny. You're a good boy, buddy. Little cat, am I cute? I have to say, I do have the nicest little baby animals. They're very, very sweet, and they're all very snuggly and cuddly. And for whatever reason, they all love me. Nobody can figure out why. They do. Probably because I feed them. Ow. Anywho. Excuse me. The Constitution requires prayer of punishment. Okay. I'm trying to see what all I want to actually include in the notes, because like there are certain things that I think are just well, you know, fuck shit. Like bullshit. Like there's you know, pure propaganda stuff that's kind of implied already. It's like, do we need to even go there? Probably not. So let's just not include this. We already get it. We get it. Everything too woke. Woke bad. Leftist military. Ah. US aid bad. Ah. Get rid of US aid. Oh my gosh. Get rid of the woke agenda. Woo. So anyway, our disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Well, yeah, sure. But again, it was a fucking clusterfuck anyway. The whole thing was a clusterfuck. Okay? Sorry, guys. So our disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, like no duh. Our impossibly muddled China strategy, the growing involvement of senior military officials in the political arena. Okay. Hello, QAnon general, all I'm saying. Anyway. The absolute caucasity on display here. Mike Flynn, excuse me, got a little cough. And deep confusion about the purpose of our military are clear signals of a disturbing decay and markers of a dangerous decline in our nation's capabilities and will. What's our will, globally speaking? Literally, what is our will, even nationally speaking? I'll wait. Additionally, more than 100,000 Americans die annually in large measures because of illicit narcotics flows. Debatable statistic, but you know, legalizing drugs and just simply not fighting the war on drugs and instead engaging in, I love how my pocket's just ripping off of my shirt here, and instead engaging in harm reduction would completely quash that. But hey, who am I? And the absolute audacity to just like give facts and figures. My goodness, I must be stopped. To give correct information. My goodness. We are also, or we are, hold on, more than 4 times as many people in 1 year as we lost in our 20-year war against Al Qaeda. Okay, it wasn't a 20-year war against Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda. It was literally a 20-year war on terror, quote unquote, against Iraq, Afghanistan, and Al Qaeda and ISIS. It's not just Al Qaeda, but okay. Al Qaeda. I want to say it's appropriately used the right, pronunciation. So my apologies. I'm being inconsistent. Anywho, pardon me. So I was like, what is the proposal here? Just fight the war on drugs more? I don't get it. Anyway, we also are witnessing a transformation in the character of war, the democratization of technology, and the collapse of time and space. Require dramatic, thoughtful changes in how we defend, deter, and fight. As with any, what? As with any huge bureaucracy, and the DoD is one of the world's largest, breaking the status quo requires leadership and endurance. Technology is critical to maintaining our warfighting primacy, but we must be leery of the siren song that technology alone can protect us. I mean, fair enough on that, but okay. More important is how new technologies are developed, tested, procured, and used, and that relies on the true competitive advantages of our people, ingenuity, common sense, and thoughtfulness grounded in a free society. Because war will continue to be the most stressful and consequential human endeavor, the most powerful weapon systems will remain the 6 inches between the ears of our citizens. 6 inches? Okay, I'll give them that. And the strength of their hearts and content of their souls. Military service is the most difficult task we ask of our citizens, and our nation is enormously blessed that so many young patriotic Americans eagerly volunteer to carry such a heavy burden. Well, we gaslight them into doing it, Sal. We owe them everything and must do better, except we're cutting all of their Veterans Affairs and their VA benefits and everything. Cool, got it. Military service is the most difficult. So why are we cutting their benefits? God, do better. Yeah, no, do better. But how? It's no, being military supremacists is not doing better for our service members and our veterans. Come on. To do better, however, means recognizing and implementing 4 overriding priorities. Priority number 1, reestablish a culture of command, accountability, non-politicization, and war-fighting focus. Here, I'm just going to put these in the notes, y'all. And again, we're going off about China. Whoops. Guess Trump didn't get that memo. Anywho. All right, let's just put this in the notes. All right. Okay. Okay, so priority numero 1. Priority numero 2. And priority numero 3. Trace is how I just said it. Trace. Okay. Ay, Dios mío. Está una gringa. Ahora. Hi, come on up, my love. Come on up. Hi, baby. Hi, I was just thinking about you, my darling kitty. My darling lovey baby Choochie. Chooch. Oh no, Choochie Boochie. She is the baby of the house. She's the baby of the house. Even though she's almost 12 years old, she's a baby of the house. Yes, yes. Yes. My kitty. God, she's so adorable, you guys. I can't handle it. She's so precious. Hi, kitty. I love you, baby. So, the 4 priorities are priority number 1, establish culture of command, accountability, non-politicization, warfighting focus. Priority number 2, transform our armed forces for maximum effectiveness in an era of great power competition. Priority number 3, provide necessary support to Department of Homeland Security, DHS, even though you want to get rid of it, okay. Border protection operations. Border protection is a national security issue that requires sustained attention and effort by all elements of the executive branch. Priority number 4, demand financial transparency and accountability, as if they care about that. This chapter offers recommendations for improving our armed forces and the civilian organizations that support and oversee them. DoD policy, by far the most significant danger, again, Trump not getting the memo on this one, to American security freedoms and prosperity is China. China is, by any measure, the most powerful state in the world other than the United States itself. It apparently aspires to dominate Asia and then from that position become globally preeminent. Right, Choochie Boochie? Right, kitty? Right, Anna? She says no. Well, she says maybe. Right, just like mommy. If Beijing could achieve this goal, it could dramatically undermine America's core interests, including by restricting U.S. access to the world's most important market. Preventing this from happening must be the top priority for American foreign and defense policy. Beijing presents a challenge to American interests across the domains of national power, but the military threat that it proposes is especially acute and significant. China is undertaking a historic military buildup that includes increasing capability for power production, not only in its own region, but also far beyond, as well as a dramatic expansion of its nuclear forces. That could result in a nuclear force that matches or exceeds America's own nuclear arsenal. The most severe, immediate threat that Beijing's military poses, however, is to Taiwan and other U.S. allies along the first island chain in the Western Pacific. If China could subordinate Taiwan or allies like the Philippines, South Korea, and Japan, it could break apart any balancing coalition that is designed to prevent Beijing's hegemony over Asia. Oh, there we go. Accordingly, the United States must ensure that China does not succeed. This requires a denial defense, the ability to make the subordination of Taiwan or other U.S. allies in Asia prohibitively difficult. Critically, the United States must be able to do this at a level of cost and risk that Americans are willing to bear given the relative importance of Taiwan to China and to the U.S. The United States and its allies also face real threats from Russia, as evidenced by Vladimir Putin's brutal war in Ukraine, as well as from Iran, North Korea, and transnational terrorism at a time when decades of ill-advised military operations in the greater Middle East, the atrophy of our defense industrial base, the impact of sequestration and effective disarmament, if I could talk, by many U.S. allies have exacted a high toll on America's military. This is a grim landscape. That's what Anna's saying about my lap right now. The United States needs to deal with these threats forthrightly and with strength but it also needs to be realistic. It cannot wish away these problems, rather it must confront them with the clear-eyed recognition of the need for choice, discipline, and adequate resources for defense. In this light, U.S. defense strategy must identify China unequivocally as a top priority for U.S. defense planning while modernizing and expanding the U.S. nuclear arsenal and sustaining an efficient and effective counterterrorism enterprise. U.S. allies must also step up with some joining the United States in taking on China and Asia, while others take more of a lead in dealing with threats from Russia in Europe, Iran, the Middle East, and North Korea. The reality is that achieving these goals will require more spending on defense both by the United States and by its allies, as well as active support for reindustrialization and more support for allies' productive capacity so that we can scale our free world efforts together. Needed reforms prioritize the defense against China, as Trump says, Cuba, China, Cuba, Obama. So, U.S. defense planning should focus on China and in particular the effective defense of Taiwan. Let's go ahead and put this in our notes. Okay. Hi, baby. You're so precious. Yes, you are. You're so precious. Are you so perfect? You are. Sorry, but she is. Sorry, guys, but it's true. Yikes. Sorry, it's true. Okay, so, just gonna, sorry, baby. I didn't mean to bother the tiny sweet kitten. I love you, baby. I'm sorry, honey. Oh, she's so darling and precious. Yes, yes. I love you, baby Anna. Just 1 second, my favorite darling ever. Okay, honey, I'm sorry. Did I upset or bother the little tiny baby kitten named Anna Marie? I'm sorry. I love you, baby. Don't be too upset, please. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to bother the kitty. I did not mean to bother the tiny baby. My goodness, she's precious. Okay. Here we go. So, cat fur. Russian blue mix. She is like, if you have a Russian blue or any kind of a Russian blue mix, the fur just sticks to you. Oh my gosh. It's beautiful and soft and just wonderful to pet. And just like, I just love rubbing my face against Anna. She's so soft. But yeah, the fur sticks to you like crazy. Oh. But that's okay. Anna is perfect. Anna is a perfect baby. She's mommy's favorite little baby. Jesus fucking Christ here. My goodness. Okay. I feel like I gotta save this somewhere else. There's so much going on here. Oh my goodness. Rank creep? Lord, this is a lot, y'all. What in the world? Whew. Boy. Okay. Well, I do declare this is a lot. That's a friggin' lot here. Jeez. Excuse me. Alrighty. My goodness gracious. Yeah, this is... Holy crap. Like... The point by point here is incredibly detailed, but it's also important, like... Yeah, let's just put it in a different file maybe, and then, yeah, because it's not going to all fit on our whiteboard. Like, it's just not. Let's put it in Markdown or something, and then we can just deal with that later. My gosh, this is a lot. Holy crap. Dang, dude. Wow. Okay. Yikes. And the cat fur. My kitty, my darling baby kitten. She's such a baby. Such a little baby. Okay, let's see here. Wow. Okay, let's put this in Markdown. Room project 2025. Okay, damn, dude. So, I mean, I guess I could export this and you know, put it in a PDF here. You know? Oh, fuck. So, okay, we're exporting it in PDF. There we go. Right? Perfect. We got it. Oh, Christ. I'm an idiot. Boo. There we go. Perfect. We got it. Now we can just throw it into our notes. Okay. I'll say I've put the rest of the plan for this section into a markdown file and exported it into PDF format. Jesus. Okay. Just go ahead and see if we'll see if we can put it in here. I'm really not sure if that's possible, but you know, let's see. Okay. Can we add in maybe not. Well, let's see if we can just throw it into Discord. You know, we'll see. Let's see, y'all, you guys. Okay. Oh, not the sticker. Okay, now Wordle. Drop it in. Project 2025 reformed see. Bureaucracy, one sec. basically. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll put in, okay, I love you, kitty. Okay, detailed DoD plan from project 2025 that won't fit in whiteboard notes for obvious reasons. Yeah. And then so I'll just go ahead here. The fuck? I'll just go ahead here and I'll put in sorry, having problems. Put in, I guess we're having viewer issues here. Not sure why. I have to have my admin in here, like it's non-negotiable, so alrighty. Okay, put that information in there. Moderator view. Moderator. Alright. Other DoD and defense info is in Discord and under general. If it did not fit in, we'll say here. Okay. Okay. Pardon me. So, back to Project 2025. Project 2025. So it says this focus, gosh darn it, the cat fur. This focus and priority for U.S. defense activities will deny China the first island chain. Bro, what? That's literally unhinged. Require that all U.S. defense efforts, from force planning to employment and posture, focus on ensuring the ability of American forces to prevail in the pacing scenario and deny China a fait accompli against Taiwan. Prioritize the U.S. conventional force planning construct. I've got to take one of my other meds. I put them all in this little bottle so that I wouldn't have to keep getting up and down and goofing around with the stream going. So, see a Chinese invasion of Taiwan for allocating resources to other missions, simultaneously fighting other conflicts. So basically they're saying priority A number one should be making sure China can't get Taiwan. Well, we're not really giving a shit about that right now, are we? So guess Trump doesn't care on that one. Surprising, seeing as how closely he has hewn to Project 2025 in almost every other possible regard. Increased allied conventional defense burden sharing. Is this some Israel nonsense? Anyway, I mean, Israel's our greatest ally, and like honestly, it's just the best ever. So, is what I meant to say. U.S. allies must take far greater responsibility for their conventional defense. U.S. allies must play their part not only in dealing with China, but also in dealing with threats from Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Yuck, the cat fur, sorry. Number 1, make burden sharing a central part of U.S. defense strategy. So we're saying make our allies not being our allies anymore a central part in U.S. defense sharing strategy, with the United States not just helping allies to step up, but strongly encouraging them to do so. Okay. Support greater spending and collaboration by Taiwan and allies in Asia Pacific, like in the Asia Pacific, like Japan and Australia, to create a collective defense model. 3, transform NATO so that U.S. allies are capable of fielding the great majority of the conventional forces required to deter Russia while relying on the United States primarily for our nuclear deterrent. And select other capabilities while reducing the U.S. force posture in Europe. Bro, what? Okay. Sustain support for Israel. Like I said, if you have a Russian blue or a Russian blue mix, you get it. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to think I'm crazy. And I am in certain ways. I shouldn't joke about that. I have a psychology degree. That's not funny. But for real, like, you're going to think I'm wacko cracko. But it is the Russian blue fur, man. Whew. It sticks to you like glue. Sustain support. Wait a minute. Nuclear deterrent and select other capabilities while reducing the U.S. force posture in Europe. Number 4. Ding, 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 ding. Sustain support for Israel, even our greatest ally. Even as America empowers Gulf partners to take responsibility for their own coastal, air, and missile defenses, both individually and working collectively. 5. Enable South Korea to take the lead in its conventional defense against North Korea. Note here. Or footnote, maybe, I don't know. Just note. Implement nuclear modernization and expansion. The United States manifestly needs to modernize, adapt, and expand its nuclear arsenal. So violate treaties is what you're saying. Got it. Russia maintains and is actively brandishing a very large nuclear arsenal, but China is also undertaking an historic nuclear breakout. That is a deceptive phrasing. We can get into that later. Because right now we're powering through this. Number 1, under the implement, modernize, etc. Expand and modernize the U.S. nuclear force so that it has the size, sophistication, and the tailoring to deter Russia and China simultaneously. Develop a nuclear arsenal with the size, sophistication, and tailoring, including new capabilities at the theater level to ensure that there are no circumstances. Oh no, there is no circumstance. I thought they meant circumstances. But no, to ensure that there is no circumstance in which America is exposed to serious nuclear coercion? Bro, what? This is unhinged. Increase allied counter-terrorist burden sharing. Transnational terrorism remains a threat to Americans, even as we pivot toward Asia. Sustain the military forces needed to deter, prevent, and combat terrorism, but at a sustainable cost in concert with other elements of national power and partner efforts. Okay. 2. Prioritize enhancing the capability of allies and partners to take the lead in combating terrorism in their regimes. DoD acquisition and sustainment, ANS, the DoD, Department of Defense, or now Department of War, again, ability to acquire and field new and existing technologies is essential to the ability of America's military personnel to fight and win our nation's wars. Wars? Nice. Okay. I see we're going to be Involved in lots of wars. Cool. Fun. Great. What could go wrong? Wars, plural. Great. To succeed in this endeavor, we must optimize the system and personnel that the department uses. But the inflexible bureaucratic structure and risk-averse culture that have developed over the decades make it difficult to... I think not wanting to go to war is just smart, not like risk-adverse. I think they meant averse. I'm saying averse because adverse doesn't make sense. So correct me if you feel like I'm wrong. But risk adverse or averse, and just, not wanting to go to war for obvious reasons it doesn't necessarily like connect in the way they seem to want to make it sound like it does. Risk adverse? Bro, what? Again, writing, English, speaking words, not these people's strong suit. Risk adverse or averse culture that have developed over the decades make it difficult to provide the tools that war fighters need at the speed of relevance. Bro, are you coming out of a Silicon Valley startup where you're moving fast and breaking things? Why are you talking like that? The number one problem is the DoD budgeting process instituted in 1961 that requires acquisition spending to be locked years in advance. Duh. Because technologies change so rapidly and requirements can change overnight, this creates situations in which military personnel not only go to war with outdated technology, but also may be fighting with equipment that is less capable than that of their competitors. America owes its military many things, and the most important is the resources they need to survive on the battlefield and carry out the tasks we ask of them. Okay, from a cybersecurity standpoint, like some of this kind of makes sense, but mostly no, we have to establish norms, we have to establish... even just our own laws around like data and compliance and governance and risk and provenance and acquisition and data, stewardship and ownership. Like when it comes to things like technology, I'm sorry, you can't just like boom, 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 throw in new things all the time. It's not to say that some of that isn't helpful or even necessary in some cases. But our own laws prevent doing that, as they should, and again, in many instances. So, I see what they're saying, but we have to have some norms and many decisions made ahead of time. We can't always just be throwing new stuff at the wall to see if it sticks. We have to follow our own safety protocol and our own procedures. And I'm sorry, but I can't just sit there and agree that, all norms and all established protocol are BS, or that all regulations are nonsense. That's not true. It's just not true. So, it sounds all sexy, but it's not really doable. What are you trying to do? Hand it all off to fucking Palantir or something? Give it all to Mossad? Our greatest ally? Come on. I don't know if these people actually believe this or if they're just trying to sell it to dummies like Donald Trump and the people that work for him. And in some cases, smarties. Working with dummies. Unprincipled, unscrupulous smarties. Anyway, needed reforms, reform the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution, PPBE process. Well, like I was saying, that would be necessary, but in what way, Number one, enhance funding and authority for DoD mission-focused innovation. Again, it sounds like we're just handing it off to some private companies or something, and that don't seem right, man. I don't like it. And so, enhance funding and authority for DoD mission-focused innovation. I'm sorry, Kitty. Organizations and away from program-specific stovepipes that planned for and designed 2 or 3 years earlier may no longer be relevant. This allows the acquisition community to focus on portfolio management. Private industry. I've got such a cough. I'm sorry. And move money around more easily instead of being locked into inflexible multi-year procurement cycles. The president should examine the recommendations of the congressionally mandated Commission on Planning, Programming, Budgeting, and Execution Reform and develop a strategy for implementing those that the administration considers to be in the best interests of the American people. The Commission's final report is due on September 1st, 2023. Be nice to see what that looked like. Develop legislation or other means of providing funding outside the traditional PPBE process for the prototyping and experimentation of emerging technologies that are deemed essential for modernization and future conflict. Consider creating a fast track for projects that satisfy rather than the most pressing national security needs. Require the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, the Undersecretary of Research and Engineering, and all service secretaries to conduct quote-unquote night court and use existing authorities to terminate outdated or underperforming programs so that money can be used for what works and will work. Require the undersecretaries and service secretaries to brief the secretary annually on the results. Require the Office of the Secretary of Defense to research and report on the acquisition processes used by America's adversaries to improve our understanding of how they are often able to innovate and field new technologies in a faster timeline. Strengthen America's defense industrial base. 1. Replenish and maintain American or U.S. stockpiles of ammunition and other equipment that have been depleted as a result of U.S. support to Ukraine. What? So are we not supposed to support Ukraine in your opinion, or we are? Like, get it together, figure it out. Make a cogent fucking argument. Make a coherent point, for Lord's sakes. Anyway, moving on. This will strengthen the defense industry's supply chain and ensure that adequate inventory exists if it is needed for a future conflict. Collaborate with industry to develop a prioritized list of reforms that the DoD and Congress can enact and implement to incentivize industry to help America's military innovate and field the needed capabilities. Dog whistle, dog whistle. Strengthen, number 3, the ability of acquisition authorities to engage in multi-year procurements and block buys. This will improve private sector rates of return, thereby incentivizing dog whistle, defense contractors to partner with the government. It will also reduce government overhead by reducing the number of procurement competitions. Really? Will it? Number 4, prioritize the U.S. and allies under the quote-unquote domestic end product and domestic components required, of the Build America, Buy America Act. Requirements of the Build America, Buy America Act. Wow. Currently, defense companies are required to manufacture defense items for the U.S. government that are 100% domestically produced and at least 50% composed of domestically produced components. However, there are loopholes that allow companies to manufacture these items overseas. This can create supply chain and other issues, especially in wartime. Why are we trying to be in wartime all the fucking time? What is wrong with y'all? Manufacturing components and end products domestically and with allies. How do we do? So is it supposed to be domestically or with allies? Because y'all keep going back and forth on this. Anyway, it spurs factory development, increases American jobs somehow, and builds resilience in America's defense industrial base. Number 5, review the sectors currently prioritized for onshoring and friendshoring of manufacturing, kinetic capabilities, castings and forgings, critical materials, microelectronics, space and electric vehicle batteries. Evaluate them according to the strategic landscape and expand or reprioritize the list as appropriate. Help small businesses to become medium-sized and large vendors, which encourages a more resilient industrial base and fosters competition. Encourage and plan for durable supply chains for small businesses so that they also have commercial private sector customers and are not solely dependent on defense orders, which can be highly specialized, expensive, and irregular. Bro, what? This is all over the map. I almost admire the chaos. Number 7, increase external engagement among small businesses to inform them of DoD or Department of Defense's needs. Dog whistle, and how they could work with DoD to meet national security priorities. Small businesses like what? The Prince family's businesses or fucking... you know what? It's fine. Palantir, like what? I can't. Optimize the DoD acquisition community. Number 1, create incentives to emphasize speed and agility in decision making for prototyping and program of record starts and terminations. Most bureaucrats would rather follow a checklist and fail than go outside the procedures and win, because failure means negative career repercussions. Sure, Jan. Senior acquisition leaders should design a system that allows decision makers to stay within the law but bypass unnecessary departmental regulations. You know, all the unnecessary regulations we come up with, right? That are not in the best interest of the government and hamper the acquisition of capabilities that warfighters require. 2, the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Undersecretary for Research and Engineering, and all service secretaries should assess their acquisition workforces, determine what additional personnel, resources, and training they need, and develop implementation plans. The goal is to develop, prototype, acquire, and field required capabilities at the speed of relevance to meet America's pacing threats and maintain a warfighting advantage. Number 3, decentralize defense acquisition university, DAO offerings, and expand the DAO mission to include accreditation of non-DoD, Department of Defense institutions. The critical shortage of trained and certified acquisition personnel must be addressed with urgency in order to support DoD mission objectives and goals. With the rapid evolution of training and educational technologies, including remote and virtual practices, there is no reason for DAU to maintain a monopoly on the knowledge and certification that are required to perform as acquisition professionals. Further, the cost to private contractors and non-DoD civilians who aspire to such a role limits the supply of trained and certified candidates. DAO has become an unnecessary barrier to entry in a career field that is vital to the DoD mission. DoD research, development, test, and evaluation, RDT&E. I'm sorry, my eyes are bothering me quite a bit. The FY 2017 National Defense Authorization Act established the position of Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering and assigned broad responsibility for, quote, all defense research and engineering, technology development, technology transition, prototyping, experimentation, and development testing, developmental testing activities and programs, including the allocation of resources for defense research and engineering and unifying defense research and engineering efforts across the department, end quote, to the new undersecretary who also was tasked with, quote, serving the principal advisor to the secretary on all research, engineering, and technology development activities and programs in the department, unquote. This led to the single largest DoD structural change since the Goldwater-Nichols Act of 1986, and was organized effectively during President Donald Trump's administration. And again, when they say President Trump's administration or what have you, like, they're talking about the first one, because this was obviously written before Trump took office again. Needed reforms. Champion, engage, and focus the American innovation ecosystem to maintain leadership in the era of great power competition and succeed against our adversaries. A key DoD effort must be the creation of mechanisms and processes to embrace America's most significant competitive advantage, innovation. Number 1, engage and leverage all of America's scientific, engineering, and high-tech production communities to research, develop, prototype, and rapidly deploy advanced technology capabilities on a continuing basis to to preserve our warfighting advantage. Number 2, increase integration and collaboration among the DoD, government labs, and private companies. Dog whistle, to solve the department's most difficult problems. Reduce the number 3, of critical technology areas from 14 to a more manageable number, to concentrate effort and resources on those that bear directly on great power competition. That doesn't seem in line with everything else is saying here, but okay. Number 4, rebuild RDT&D infrastructure that resides in Cold War era facilities and is not well suited to the current era of rapid development and testing of advanced technology and concepts to the maturity level necessary for acquisition and operational fielding. Move toward, number 5, a much more comprehensive independent risk reduction approach to increase understanding of the technical risks by drawing on the expertise in DoD laboratories and agencies to help acquisition programs succeed. Improve the rapid deployment of technology to the battlefield. America's military advantage has derived from the professionalism of our service members and our ability to manifest our technological advantage in battlefield capability. The current era of great power competition will continue for the foreseeable future, and technology will be the currency of our competition, or of competition rather. Our ability to prevail will rest on our ability to develop new technologies and move them onto the battlefield more rapidly than our adversaries can. Okay. Number 1, the prototyping cycle to meet accelerate the prototyping cycle to meet immediate battlefield needs. So again, we're just fighting tons of wars here? What are we talking about? Number 2, require tighter integration with user communities to provide value. Again, seems dog whistly to me. Number 3, establish a pipeline of near-term, mid-term, and long-term technology that is aimed at great power competition. Quote, or not quote, in brackets it says China, okay, and can be matured, prototyped, and evaluated to support major acquisitions. The ability to produce at scale, to break the cycle of schedule delays and cost overruns from underdeveloped and poorly understood technologies. What do they mean produce at scale here in parentheses? Like just rolling out the war machine? Like, and poorly understood technologies. What? Develop a framework to protect the RDT&E enterprise from foreign exploitation. Strategic competition and adaptive adversaries require new thinking about how to protect technology. China has been relentless in stealing U.S. technology, using the full range of measures from influence operations to outright theft. This has been, here and there, yeah, I guess that's true. This has been a major factor in its ability to close the gap and in some cases to exceed U.S. capabilities. Number 1, implement a comprehensive approach to preserving U.S. technological leadership that is based on outpacing our adversaries, clear about what we need to protect, tailored to various specific sectors, for example, academia, the defense industrial base, and laboratories, and underpinned with a full range of consequences for attempted or actual theft. But again, how are we going to prove all of that? Anyway, moving on. DoD foreign military sales. The United States must regain its role as the, quote, arsenal of democracy, unquote. In fiscal year 2021, U.S. government foreign military sales, FMS, nosedived to a low of $34.8 billion from a record high of $55.7 billion in fiscal year 2018. This decrease hinders interoperability with partners and allies, decreases defense industrial base capacity, and increases the taxpayer burden on the U.S. military's own procurements. So I'm sorry, we're talking about what? Rolling out military machine, war machine shit to like other countries so that they can buy it too? Yikes. This is all over the place, y'all. Under previous administrations, pardon me, the United States built its reputation as a reliable partner with a strong defense industrial base that could supply military articles and goods in a timely manner. Today's FMS process is encumbered by Byzantine bureaucracy, long contracting times, high costs, and mundane technology. What, as opposed to fun, more technology? Ooh, fun! The United States can change this downward trajectory by improving internal processes that incentivize partners and allies to procure U.S. defense systems, thereby expanding our defense ecosystem. We must reverse the recent dip in FMS to ensure both that our partners remain interoperable with the United States and that our defense industrial base regains much needed capacity in preparation for future challenges. Needed reforms. Emphasize exportability with U.S. procurements. The record low FMS sales in 2021 were driven partly by the high costs of converting weapon systems on the back end of production rather than emphasizing exportability and initial capability planning. 1. Ensure that senior U.S. military leadership emphasizes exportability in the initial development of defense systems that are both available and interoperable with our partners and allies. 2. Create a funding mechanism to incentivize exportability in initial planning, which can be recouped after future FMS transactions. And informal congressional notification. Informal congressional notification, or tiered review, quote unquote, is a hindrance to ensuring timely sales to our global partners. Oh, this sounds so gross. So dog whistly. It's not even dog whistly now. Like I said, they're just saying the quiet part out loud at this point. The tiered review process is not codified in law. It is merely a practice by which the Department of State provides a preview of prospective arms transfers before Congress is formally notified. And the tiered review process to eliminate at least 20 days from the FMS process. Why? 2. Use the tiered review process only when unanimous congressional support is guaranteed in order to eliminate the quote-unquote weaponization by select members of Congress that has prevented billions of dollars of arms sales from moving into former congressional notification. Minimize barriers to collaboration. The high cost of developing advanced defense platforms requires the U.S. to collaborate with key allies to minimize waste, complement strengths, and supplement our defense industrial base to create a system that is greater than that of the United States alone. Israel, our greatest ally, right? Anyway, number 1, enhance defense industrial base planning with partners to allow them to focus on niche areas where there are cost advantages for the United States. 2, decrease international traffic and arms regulations, ITAR, to facilitate trade with such allies as the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. What could go wrong? I'm sure those are the only countries we'll be selling to. Create opportunities, number 3, to improve the health of the defense supply chain with added opportunities for partners and allies to contribute. Israel, our greatest ally, ever. Ever. Okay, period. Thank you. Dog whistle, dog whistle. Reform the FMS contracting process. The contracting timeline for the FMS process is shockingly slow. On average, the DoD contracting timeline takes approximately 18 months because of slow bureaucratic processes and chronic understaffing. Number 1, immediately fund more contracting capacity in all services to decrease the contracting timeline and improve the delivery of defense articles to our global partners. 2, rationalize and speed arms sales decision making to preclude our enemies from exploiting bureaucratic slothfulness and allow us to manage the development of indigenous defense industrial bases. I'm embarrassed to read this, y'all. I'm so sorry. If you're not from America, or even if you are, I apologize. I'm so sorry. This is insanity. I recognize that. DoD personnel, the men and women of America's armed forces, are the most critical component of our national defense strategy, but in recent years they have been overextended, undervalued, and insufficiently resourced. Their families helped them to carry the burden of service, but the assistance they receive is disproportionately less than the sacrifices they make. Young civilians who would thrive in a military environment are disenfranchised when educators and influencers discourage them from learning about military service and preparing for the honor of wearing America's uniform. Oh, God. The United States military is an extraordinary institution staffed by exceptional people who have defended our nation and changed the course of history. But the Biden administration, through word and deed, has treated the armed forces as just another place to work. How dare they? We must restore our military to a place of honor and respect and recruit and retain the individuals who will meet the rigorous standards of excellence that are required for membership in the world's greatest fighting force. Trademark. Copyright. Ugh. Needed reforms. Rescue recruiting and retention. Recruiting was the worst in 2022 that it has been in 2 generations and is expected to be even worse in 2023. Some of the problems are self-inflicted and ongoing. The recruiting problem is not service-specific. It affects the entire joint force. Appoint a special assistant to the president who will maintain liaison with Congress, DoD, and all the other interested parties on the issue of recruiting and retention. 2. Improve recruiting by suspending the use of recently introduced MHS Genesis system that uses private medical records of potential recruits at military entrance processing stations, MEPS, creating unnecessary delays and unwarranted rejections. Jesus Christ, that doesn't sound safe. Eesh. Though obviously private medical records, but still, this doesn't sound safe at all. Number 3, improve military recruiters' access to secondary schools and require completion of the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, ASVAP, the military entrance examination by all students in schools that receive federal funding. What? Encourage members of Congress to provide time to military recruiters during each town hall session in their congressional district. Increase the number 5, of junior ROTC programs in secondary schools. This, even though we've just put that PDF out there, is going in our whiteboard notes because what the fuck? Okay, bro. For fuck's sake. Damn it. Y'all. What the hell? Okay. Didn't mean to do that. This is very troubling. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I'm going to come back and do the rest in the morning. Hopefully we can get through a decent chunk of this, and I appreciate you guys for being with me. I've not always been able to follow it super